What's up, everybody? How you all doing? I'm doing good. Thank you very much for asking. Even though you didn't. You really didn't. Okay, let's get this started. Part 2 of the 5th episode. This artwork looks really cool. I really like it a lot. Turnabout ablaze. Okay, let's move this a little closer. Why, Larry? Why, Larry? Now a little closer. All right. Cool. I was the only one who found the body of the victim, Damas 2. Besides him and the samurai sword, besides him was the samurai sword, glittering red, and offering up a scent of blood. I was supposed to be in the Seal Samurai's dressing room, but I found it here instead. Plus, I found the murder weapon's owner, the suspect, Larry Butts, in here too. Shit. Hold up. That help out a little bit. Yeah. Oh God, you can hear my chair. Isn't a bit. Oh, did I lose the mild voice? Oh crap. Give me a sec. I don't believe this has ever happened. Oh man. It was only 2 days ago. This really sucks. Oh man. Give me 1 second. I think I got it back. Maybe not 100%. Oh boy, I can't believe that happened. I don't know why. It's not like, I don't know. I don't know. Oh, don't curl up. Crap. Let's put you back in the charger. Don't curl up. No, don't curl up. All right. Oh man. Isn't it a bit far-fetched to accuse someone simply on the basis of ownership? But this owner wanted to sneak inside the crime scene. I think there's plenty to go on, don't you?
Hold it!
If you're alluding to his reason for being the chimney. Being by the chimney, we've already established that. There we go.
Not so fast!
Hold on there, Mr. Prosecutor. You are two long-time friends, right? Who's to say you didn't fabricate the evidence to give him an alibi? You're accusing me of fabricating evidence? You think I can believe anything you produce? Forging evidence is all you prosecutors do. Man, this is some serious issues with this prosecutor. But come on. I can't think of something as complicated as that, right, Edgy? Larry, I can agree because I know you and your personality well. However, Agent Lang knows nothing about you, or me for that matter. I sense his hatred for an entire profession emanating from his entire being. Meaning that the only way I can prove Larry's innocent is to present irrefutable evidence. Why Larry?
Hold it!
Excuse me, but glittering red. Excuse me, but the glittering red offering up of the scent of blood. Do I have to spell it out for you? I mean the sight and the smell of blood, of course. And according to the test, the blood on the sword belongs to the victim. The sword was made to only be used on the stage, so it's not sharp. But it's pretty weighty, certainly heavy enough to beat someone to death with. Which leads me to suspect the victim was beaten to death with the sword. Beaten to death, huh? This last statement is too important just to let it slip by. Besides him, the samurai sword was covered with the victim's blood. Samurai sword. Weapon used on stage is thought to have killed the mask too.
Objection!
Oh, really? Alright.
Knock him back!
I picked the wrong one. Alright. Alright. You win. It's not the sword, it's the spear.
Objection!
Rolling samurai weapon. I'm sorry, bros. Do you know what this is, Agent Lag? It's a long spear, right? We used those a lot in my country a long time ago. Piercing, mowing people down, spears are the weapon of heroes throughout history. It is next most effective weapon after the whip. I think the whip is slightly different category. So what's your point? Are you going to tell me that the spear is the real weapon? No. I simply want to take a look into this section here. The way it's bent? Precisely. Apparently, a certain troublemaker hit it against a wall in this embassy earlier. As you can clearly see, besides the steel samurai's weapons are hollow. In other words, they are replicas. They aren't strong enough to deliver a damaging blow, let alone the multiple strikes necessary to bludgeon someone to death. And yet, there is not even a dent in the samurai sword. How do you explain that? Oh yeah, the sword and spear are made of the same stuff. So they bend easily. But I wish they'd make them out of better stuff because the spear got bent. I wasn't able to do my special early summer rain jab move. Man, I got such an earful from the director of the play for not doing it in the show. The Steer Samurai special move was changed tonight because of him. Ouch. I'm sorry, I keep doing that. Ouch, man. Come on, Van Karma. Stop beating me with the whip. That's more than enough from you, whiny whimpering. Now, back to the topic of the spear. Yes, let's return to the real topic of discussion. This is where the real gamble begins. I don't have a real strategy per se. So all I can do for now is let the chips fall where they may. Using guesswork and talking risks in place of real logic is hardly a Von Karma way. It's neither smart nor very clever. Miss Von Karma, as you know, unlike your father, I am not a genius prosecutor. Plus, I doubt his record of a 40-year win streak will ever be broken. Shut up, you. But perhaps it is for the best it remains unbroken. For no one should have conceived of a notion to convict all defendants in the first place.
Objection!
What a foolish statement from a foolish fool who hates to lose. Francesca, stop with the tongue-tie foolish thing. I get it. It's the job of the prosecutor to make sure that all defendants are found guilty in court. There is nothing more important than this world than a perfect victory. That may be your opinion, however, I don't believe that's where we are. As a prosecutor, what I pursue is not the perfect victory, but the perfect truth. And if that means that the bridge must cross will crumble beneath my feet, then let it crumble as I walk towards the truth. You're good at keeping me entertained, Mr. Prosecutor. But you know, humans are delicate creatures. The slightest bump and we expire. I'd like you to consider, if you will, the possibility that the sword was used in such a way that the attack killed Damas 2 without bending it. So what do you think of my hypothesis or hypothetical scenario? I think you know what to do here, right? And what you need. Of course. What I need is evidence he can't refute. This is it. Time to bring this case to a close. Why Larry? Part 2. It is possible to use a samurai sword to kill someone. And under these circumstances, it's the only logical conclusion. We searched the embassy top to bottom, but the victim's blood is only on that weapon. So isn't it only natural that the suspicion would fall onto the owner of said weapon? Not really, because if someone else grabs the weapon and uses it, wearing gloves. I don't know. I'm not sure what they're going with on this, because I haven't played this since it came out. So I don't remember who did it. So if anything, I would imagine probably CC did it. Or not C, or is it no Callisto. Callisto's. CC was his sister. How long do you intend to cling to that preposterous theory? As long as I want, because we examined every corner within the walls of this embassy. There is no stone left unturned. And we have managed to come up with only one logical conclusion. That the only place inside this embassy with the victim's blood on it is this sword.
Hold it!
You left no stone unturned. Is that a fact?
Knuckle back!
If you got something to say, then say it only the way I respect, Mr. Prosecutor. Yes, of course. In that case, allow me to make all crystal clear for you. Rebuttal. Why Larry Part 2. Alright. Under these circumstances, any logical conclusion, we search the embassy, press.
Hold it!
The only place where you were... Ooh, he cut me off. Which is where it means that no other possibility... Like, I did not... Man, they're gonna... Can I go back? Oh, man. That's one thing I don't like about this series. It's the autoplay, because like on Old Bag, I don't care if she talks fast. It's just, it takes over, and then I can't even read it. So I have no clue what she actually said. Granted, there's probably nothing in there of any substance that we could use. So maybe I could find something where all of her quotes are and then read them all. But I hate when they take over the ship and then I don't get to read it. And Von Karma whipping people usually bop and then it takes over and then you don't get to read the whole thing. It's one thing I don't like about the series. Otherwise, this is a great series. I wish I'd make more, but I don't know if there's anyone left in Capcom to, I guess, champion it and then make another one. Because I don't know if the creator of this is even still there. I assume probably not. Because these games are old. These games are old. But seeing that they were re-releasing them, maybe this sells well. Maybe. Okay, let's go back to the game. Do I have a problem with Agent Lang's assertion that the samurai sword is used as a weapon? Praise and rejection. If you believe that there is no other door or possibility left open, then allow me to force it open for you. How do you plan on doing that? By showing what you made possible the real murder weapon. The real murder weapon? I hate to repeat myself, but my men have already searched the last inch. Oh, autoplay was on. Am I turning that on without noticing? Oh, shoot. Ooh. Ooh, that's not good. Now, I do know for a fact that Wendy automatically takes over. That's a given. So I must have turned it on by. I don't even know how. I didn't even touch that. Oh well, okay. And we have concluded that nothing else could have been used as the weapon. Knowing that these facts, still you want to press forward with your little hypothesis. Of course. Because it's not possible that your men expected everything in their investigation. What are you talking about? I don't appreciate mind games. And I don't appreciate it when people like you slander my men.
Hold it!
I'm not slandering them, I assure you. I'm merely pointing out that their investigative dragnet has a few holes in it. Namely, that there is something that your men couldn't even lay a finger on. And that item is the real murder weapon. Alright then. I'll play along for now. The real weapon that killed the Mask 2. What exactly is it? The real murder weapon, in which not a single person has yet to touch, is... How about the thing that is different in this picture? The Aboleth Primadux statue.
Take that!
The national treasure of Aboleth. You mean the Primadux statue? Yes. And as you know, only the ambassador and his secretariat may touch it. Which I believe means that neither you nor your men were able to examine it, correct? You know very well that if we did that, there'd be an international incident between the Kingdom of Aboleth and the Republic of Babylon. The two countries' precarious relationship teeters in the balance over a stupid fight related to a sovereignty statue. Did I say that right? But I'll be damned if I let something go unexamined.
Hold it!
Agent Lang, if you could take a look at this. The direction of the statue is facing just before and after the grime are different. And there is only one conclusion I can draw from that. Go look for Ambassador Alba and get him to give us an okay to examine the statue. I had to put my phone on the floor. I think it's interfering with the mic a little bit. Shifu, you can't listen to this infidel's words. He is most definitely trying to trick you. Shifu, please, let's be rational about this. Langzi says, just go already. Yes, sir. Who's his assistant? Shifu. Yeah. I'm really sorry, sir, but I was unable to convince the ambassador. I was unable to obtain permission for us to examine the Primadux statue. I see. Wait, but then the investigation is at a standstill. Agent Lang, I will go speak with the ambassador personally. Save your breath. He may act all weak and frail, but the old man's one tough cookie. But I guess you've got to be tough when you're representing a whole country, you know. Agent Lang. What do you want? Let's just hurry up and examine the statue already. What? But Shifu, what about causing an international incident? Quiet. I'll take the fall if I have to later.
Hold it!
Agent Lang, the hypothesis is mine, so if someone is to take the responsibility, let it be me. Responsibility. If you're going to talk in such heavy terms, maybe I should let you. It'd be a real problem for my men if something were to happen to me. Alright then, let's talk, and more investigating. If we want to know the truth, we can't stop here. Action must be taken. Agent Lang. I'd like to run a luminol chemilucent. Wow, this is a long word. I could see it in my mind, but it's like hard for me to just put it at. Chemiluminescence test on the statue. Let's just not butcher the Illuminol test. Ah, good thinking. If the statue is the murder weapon, then some of the victim's blood should be on it. Okay. Let's get the forensic team in here. On the head, really? I didn't think it'd be on the bottom. You just go, bonk. But I guess conk would work too. Looks like they hit the jackpot, Mr. Prosecutor. I guess this means that the real murder weapon that killed Damas 2. Indeed. But I wouldn't celebrate yet if I were you. This doesn't let your friend off the hook. It doesn't prove that he didn't kill Damas 2, so the charge remains. We hardly done examining the statue, Agent Lang. Knowing that this is the real weapon, I believe further examination is required. Ha, if you think so, then knock yourself out. Alright, we're not gonna go for the obvious yet. Alright. There is a shield on his back. I wonder if that's supposed to mean that this back is covered. Or his back is good. Lagzi says those with a shield on their back deflect the enemies from behind them. It means that he's ready for the blindside attacks that may come his way. Agent Lang, there is no need to attach overly complex meanings of such a simple thing. Ah, you didn't seem to get it, Langzi's saying, so I was just explaining it to you. The saying itself is what I was referring to. I said overly complex, you know. With his sword drawn at the ready, there is certainly an aura of valor around him. Lagzi says those who hold a sword hold an equally strong will. It is said that the weapon one holds reflects the strength and will of one's character. I wonder if this is what created a show of the country's majesty. Oh, then what does Franzi's whip say about her character? Or else Larry, it says that I'm ready to extract punishment on those who would break the law. Why are you glaring at me? I thought you understood that I'm not the killer. I believe in your case. She wishes only to exact punishment before anything else happens. Trophy, found it. And what do we have here? This dirty smudge. It looks like a handprint. What a definitive proof of evidence, like you doing under here. Looks like we got some fingerprints to analyze. Worst case scenario, those prints belong to Larry. It better not. If that fool touched the statue. Oh man. But it looks like we're too late for me to do anything about that now. Larry, tell me you're not a bumbling fool. Hey, forensic guy, I want the result on these prints ASAP. You hear me? Agent Lang, I have the analysis results, sir. Good, and? Sir, the prints were lifted on the bottom of the statue. Well, you know, the victim of the murder in the Balahase embassy? These prints belong to him, Mr. Manny Cochin, sir. But that's... What's going on here? No, that's impossible. Each prima duck statue can only be handled by someone in that country. But the very fact that Mr. Cochin's fingerprints on this one, it leads me to only one conclusion. This statue is actually the Baha's prima duck statue. Impossible. It can't be. That's what I was thinking. It was the other statue. Larry never once set a foot in Beverly's soils, so he was free to go. However, this new piece of information only served to confuse us even further. The ringleader of the smuggling operation was killed with an albedacid knife in Babal. Damask was killed on Abnazan soil with Babal's national treasure. And the mystery of the great thief Yadagarasu, who visited both countries. The pieces were there, but I had yet to see the big picture. They were to form. I'm wondering if, okay, Cochin killed Damask. Wait, let's see. I gotta look at that picture again real quick. Because if he switched the statues... Oh, do they look exactly the same? Because if they looked exactly the same, maybe he could have switched the statues. And then maybe Callisto U came and killed Cochin. It's hard to say. I've left the DMAS 2 investigation to Francisca and returned to Babal. I suppose that my first order of business is I should look into Babal's statue. Mr. Edgeworth! That's not her voice. It's okay, what's the situation? It's great. Investigating is so much more fun. In other words, they made absolutely no progress. That's mean. We weren't goofing off, honest sure. We've been investigating our hearts out. Very well then. Would you care to give me an update on your investigation? We don't have anything. We had a really fun time, sir. I knew it. Zero progress. In any case, Detective Gumshoe. Yes, sure. You have permission to enter the Alberastian embassy, is that correct? Yep. As a local detective, I'm helping out the investigations on both sides, sir. Good. In that case, I can leave you these pieces of evidence with you. They belong to the lady under the pink princess's mask. The pink princess? What kind of lady was playing her, sir? The kind that was always playing the role of the pink princess, or the pink bat, or... Let's start that over. The kind that was also playing the role of the pink badger yesterday. Oh, I understood, sir. If I happen to run into her, I'll give them back to her. And if I don't, I guess I'll unload them somewhere. He doesn't seem that enthused to go find her, but I can't blame him. Neither. Evidence lost their value during the detective cut. Oh, that's not the... Now then, I believe I'll be needing this anymore either. What? You're really gonna throw that autograph away? Yes, because the Steel Samurai was a fake.
I just tossed it away. Wait, what do you mean by fake?
Now then, I believe it's time for a little housekeeping.
Yes.
What the heck did I throw away? Give me my evidence.
Okay, do. Ink.
Samurai dogs are still there. Is the masked sword gone too? It is, or the other sword. Okay. So this is the mask. First opportunist, unrelated to the first mask. Found an obelisk. Real name, Kashi. No. Okay. Alright, we can do this.
Yes.
About investigating. How's the investigation going in the Babyliss Secretariat's office, K?
Well, even though I found a few treasures, they're all pretty much burnt to a crisp. A treasure is a terrible thing to waste.
Anyway, is there anything else I should know about?
Oh, that's right. You know, what I found in that office. A wooden bear carving. It's so cute. Can I have it, huh? Can I?
No, of course you can't. By the sounds of things, it appears that there has been no progress in the investigation.
Alright. Can I look at this stuff?
Bags full of cement powder are stacked up here. I suppose they're for renovation.
Yeah, because I don't smell a drop of gold here. Or any other treasure for that matter.
Okay, the only scent you should detect is a place like this. Smell of sweat.
Hey, Edgeworth. That's pretty good play on words there. Ah, Gummy. Don't just randomly into our dialogues like that.
Were you eavesdropping on us, Detective Gumshoe?
No, it's not like that, sure. It's not like you're only 2 feet away from me and I can hear you directly. Like, come on. You guys talk really loud. You should be quiet.
A ladder.
Actually, that's a step ladder.
They're the exact same thing.
No way. From their structure up, they're totally different. But of course, from a thief's perspective, the best kind of ladder is a rope ladder. A step ladder is much too heavy to carry around after all.
And from the prosecutor's perspective, any type of ladder is guilty of being dangerous during an earthquake.
Edgeworth and them earthquakes. Oh, I had it. Hey, do you detect the sense of treasure coming from that butch?
The sense of treasure, not at all.
Ah, Mr. Edgeworth, you're totally not with it.
I'm not with it.
No, it's important for both thieves and prosecutors to be energetic.
Perhaps a thief like you, but the level of energy is unbecoming of a prosecutor.
You really think so?
That prosecutor we met at the Gatewater land seemed to be pretty active.
Or else, okay, that prosecutor we met at the Gatewater land seemed pretty active.
Well, he's not a prosecutor anymore. See how everything just naturally balances out?
Oh, they brought him back up.
There's a sign here warning passerbys to take precautions around the renovating site.
They're really going all out, huh? There's a construction going on everywhere.
I believe that Ambassador
But what can they do when the new stuff they're building? Hey, don't you think we should do... What do you think they should do, Mr. Edgeworth?
How about transforming it into a courthouse?
Hey, be serious.
But I was being serious.
Alright, we can talk to Gumshoe real quick. Mr. Edgeworth.
You look like you're enjoying yourself, detective.
Well, I don't have much else that I enjoy as much as a good investigation, sir.
So, what did you find out?
Ah, well...
I take it he's found nothing of particular use as usual.
Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, I got something really interesting from Ambassador Palineo.
Oh? And what is this? What is this something interesting?
This, sir. Wow, that's pretty. I'm so jealous. That's real treasure there.
Why does the flame burn green, detective?
Apparently, if you burn a special wick crystal oil that they only make in Babal, it burns this green color, sir.
Interesting. So this is a special property of the oil. I suppose this is a ploy to force people to visit Babal should the oil run out.
Hey, Gummy, what are those silhouettes? They stuck some cutouts on the outside of the lantern so it would project the image.
Oh, silhouettes, huh? They are rather pretty, aren't they? Wait, what am I doing? I suppose be asking for an update on the investigation.
Hey, what's wrong, sir?
There is something I want you to investigate for me. Do you think you can do that much?
Uh-huh. You got it, sir. Hey, that's not fair. Why is Gummy getting to do all the fun stuff? Ah, well, because I'm Mr. Edgeworth's partner. I can't believe you took advantage of the confusion and stole my role as assistant.
I expect you two to get along and work together like professionals on this.
Thank you, Gumshoe. Let's talk to him. Oh, what voice did I give him? I don't remember. So you're back now. Are you sure, Mr. Edgeworth? You must be tired. Here, with these, you can eat whenever you like.
Will you stop giving me these? And these are?
Discount tickets for our cafeteria. They won't open tomorrow at 10 in the morning.
I appreciate your concern. However, these coupons do nothing for me right now.
Open air stage.
This open air stage, what function does it serve exactly?
Well, normally, we use it for a variety of events. And is attract an extra bit of attention to Babal. I've heard that tonight, over the Abalasian Rose Garden, Ambassador Alba was to give a speech. And you know what? Manny told me that I really should give a speech too.
Mr. Cochin told you that?
Yes, he did. Which is why I thought I should give a speech of my own. But unfortunately, I wasn't able to.
Because of the fire the Yadagrasu started?
Exactly. Prima Duck's statue.
Ambassador Palineo, I'd like to ask you a little more about the Prima Duck statues.
Oh, I see. Well, let me ask you this. Did you know that the Abalest and the Babal used to be one country called Codopia?
Yes, I know that much about your history. You keep telling me that. Stop.
Well, the Prima Nut statue belonged to the founders of Codopia. At least that's how the story goes. It was bequeathed unto the king of Codopia as a symbol of the country's wealth.
So it was meant to be a symbol of sovereignty and the right to rule, I take it.
Yes, that's right, which is what both countries are adamant about their claim. We hold the real statue, therefore we hold the right to rule, is the reasoning. It's pretty petty. It's pretty petty when you think about it, though, I suppose.
But the Abless and Babal were the re-established relations. Shouldn't put the end of the squabbling over the statue.
I have no reason to believe so. The Priminux is even more important now as the key of diplomacy.
I wonder if Ambassador Palineo knows about what has happened to this very important key of diplomacy. Perhaps I should show him this key and see what he has to say about it.
Let's do this first.
Ambassador Palineo, there's one thing I'd like to ask you about.
Yes? Oh, don't worry. You can ask me more than just one thing. How about 2 or 3? In exchange, I expect you be coming to Bahal, yes?
Thank you, but just one more thing is all I require. Manny Cochin, I'd like to ask you about this man. Who was your secretary?
Sure. I'll tell you what I want to know.
No. Thank you for your cooperation, Ambassador.
He was, well, if I had to put one word, he was an able man. If there was ever anything I need as an ambassador, he was able to get it for me. To think that man like that had a hand in smuggling ring right under my nose is going completely unnoticed. Actually, I suppose he was an able man. I was unable to direct his dirty dealings.
It sounds like Mr. Cochin is very sharp in mind.
Recently, Manny has been really busy. Since I became the Babalese representative at the Country Unification Council, he's been working tirelessly to cover my work for me.
I'm sorry, but what is this Country Unification Council?
Oh, well, you see, had tonight's events proceeded without a hitch, our two countries were to reunify and become one again. But I guess with how things turned out, that dream won't be realized anytime soon.
I suppose not.
Alright, present. Not your statue, but the Abalest.
Ambassador Palineo, if you could please take a look at this for me. The Primadux statue is sitting in the Abalest right now. It actually belongs to Babal.
So it would appear. I received a call from Ms. Von Karma about this earlier.
Then you should understand why I wish to inspect Babal's Primadux statue immediately. Because the statue is currently in your country's possession.
Yes, well, I've already inspected it myself. It is definitely the Abalest statue. I know because it's the real statue.
Then you're saying Babal's was a replica?
I'm embarrassed to say it's true, even though I knew that someday it would be exposed. I received my orders from the leaders of Babal and was to negotiate with Ambassador Alba at this event. I was supposed to negotiate with him and fix the results of the evaluation tonight. to say that we could not determine which statue was the real one.
Hold it!
Why are you telling me this?
Because you already figured it out. Our state is just a hollow gold shell. Even if Babal were to lose face, the reunification of this country is what is important. I am right in thinking that, aren't I? I'm not making a mistake, right?
If you don't know yourself, then I won't pretend to know either.
I never thought that being betrayed by my own secretary, the real symbol of wealth, would be given to me. Isn't that simply ironic? Hey, where are you going? Are you heading back to Avalist?
Yes, but before I do, I suppose I should give a summary of what happened.
Oh, I see. So there's a murder in both countries using an object from their country.
That's the gist of it. Babal was just strict as Abalest. In their inspection of the people and things that enter their country, meaning that somehow both murder weapons were smuggled into the two countries. That's the only logical conclusion that can be drawn. Perhaps the key to the weapon smuggling is the person who traversed both countries.
You mean the fake Atagrasu?
In other words, or in another way or another, the Atagrasu is connected. Of this I am sure. Now then, where was the Yatagrasus first spotted?
I believe it was the rose garden in the Abbasin side of the embassy. The garden is just on the other side of this boundary. The Ambassador Alba was given the speech tonight. At least, that's where I heard the Yatagrasu had been appeared.
In that case, I believe the vital that they investigate the rose garden post haste.
Wait, before you go, take a look at this, Mr. Edgeworth.
What is it?
I guess that it's a guitar pick. I picked it up just now over there. Do you think I'll be, or do you think it'll be any use?
There's a little water on it. But where did the water get on it? How did the water get on it? It doesn't look like there's anything that could get wet from around here.
I was thinking that the concerts here in this open air stage from the time to time, right?
Alright, I'll find its owner later. The only evidence I would have is it was the Jammin' Ninjas.
Oh yeah. There's one more thing. Mr. Edgeworth, would you be willing to hold on to this? Why that? Oh.
What is this? You remember.
Misused perfume. This little bottle, or this is the bottle that the woman left behind that I found 7 years ago. I thought that one day it would be some sort of use in tracking her down. So I kept it safe all this time.
Thank you. I'd be honored to hold on to it for you.
Alright, can I not have to go to the other spot yet? Ooh.
It would appear that the stage is also scheduled to be renovated.
You know, I would love to perform on a stage like this. What is an open air stage? Does it actually blow air up so you could like float?
Something like the greatest thief.
Something like the greatest great thief show.
I should think it'd be a bad idea for a thief to show their faces to the world.
Just looking at these scaffolds make me want to climb them.
I recommend that you do not try. There was a fire burning here until not long ago.
Yeah, but enough time has passed, it should be alright. Thief child says, oh no. If there's a height to be scaled, then scale it you must.
Starting from Thief Child, would you care to explain what you just said?
That was a Lang Z right there. They're having a real time cleaning up after the fire.
I suppose I should stay out here and investigate the stage some more then.
Okay. I don't get to go in. That bush looks like the perfect place to hide some sort of treasure, you know. But there's no treasure inside those things. Oh, too bad. But we do have a lot of treasures back in Baba. Sounds great. I'll sure to pay you guys a visit sometime for a 5-finger discount. Okay, what are you doing? Why are you... Sure, I'm sure. Welcome. We welcome you anytime. Are you sure you really want to invite a thief into your...
Are you sure you really want to invite a thief into your country with open arms?
Alright, did you get anything new, Kay?
Nope.
Alright.
We saw the sow just beyond these doors, but it's quite a number of hours now.
Mr. Edgeworth, have I ever told you that I like to talk? Have I ever told you that you talk like an old fogey?
I was merely reminiscing. Is that such a crime? I think I'll be returning to the investigation in Ablest now, but...
I know, I'll go back to Baba and do some more investigating there. And do absolutely nothing.
Rose Garden.
I'm assuming this will be either Franziska or Lang. So,
I see your back, Miles Edgeworth. Or, I see your back, Miles Edgeworth.
okay, it's Franziska.
How are things in Babal?
Although I can't really say I expected much from Scruffy and that girl.
The investigation into man and coaching staff hasn't really progressed any. However, the investigation to the Yatagrasu has.
Yes, the Yatagrasu.
Even now I find it hard to believe. A person who can freely traverse between the two countries at will, preposterous. Well, that's what I came here to investigate. I heard this is where the witness claimed to have seen the Yatagrasu. That's correct. Ambassador Alba has given a speech tonight here in Abalest. And that's when the Yatagrasu appeared. And the shadow of the mysterious thief appeared and just suddenly it vanished. After that, there was a fire in Babali's embassy that the Yatagrasu started.
That could have been timed.
I vow not a single feather from the Yatagrasu shall escape my diligence.
We begin investigation. Why are you knocked on the floor?
There is an overturned spotlight here. When the Yatagrasu appeared, the audience from that waiting for the speech to start panicked. I suppose it was when someone knocked it over. I'm having a tough time visualizing the mass confusion that took place here. I thought I'd use my whip to capture the Yatagrasu. However, there are people in my way, and I was unable to land a giving lash. I suppose that means that some other poor saps were hit instead. Is it possible that the Yatagrasu hidden in these bushes? Of course not. They're rose bushes. You've been spending too much time with Scruffy and that girl. They're rubbing off on you. But that's alright. I'll wake you from your stupor. Now, next time you feel like sleep talking, remember that I'll whip you for real. All I tried to do was offer up a possibility that this is what I get.
Is hiding in rose bushes that crazy? I know they have thorns because you can literally see them. But
A statue of a woman. I wonder if the lady is pouring water. It says that the statue of the queen who spoke of the love of King Primadux. Well, Miss Miles Edgeworth, it seems that you are lousy at reading a woman's heart. I opened my mouth about a statue and she somehow made a leap to that. There are roses scattered on the surface of the water, creating a pleasant fragrance. It's not just for aesthetics. This pool's water is also used for putting out fires. I see. Oh. The pool stopped filling itself automatically. The fountain stays open until the pool's water reaches a certain level. If this water was used to put out the fires, I suppose it must refill to its normal level. Which suggests that the pool was recently used somehow in the MSC. I guess I'll take some notes about it, just in case. What the hell are you doing in there? Oh. How dare you surprise me like that? I'm sorry. Oh, hey, Edgy. Thanks for what you did back there. Your gratitude alone is enough. More importantly, Larry, this pool is not for your personal enjoyment. I know that. Do you really think I'm the type to just jump into a pool of water and swim around for fun? Yes. Alright then. And did you chance fall into the pool? Nice guess, but no dice. So you know my son, right, Edgy? Your son? I guess kind of lost sight of him when I shook hands with the ambassador. And I'm pretty sure that he was around here when I last saw. You imbecile, how can you be so flippant at this time like this? What are you going to do when your son fell into the pool? How old is this child of yours anyway? Huh? Oh, how old is he again?
Hold it!
Larry, this is the first I've heard of a son. Who exactly is the mother? The mother? Oh, that chick, the pink princess. The pink princess?
Hold it!
Miss Von Karma. I was a bit confused by this man's words a bit there. However, I believe he's talking about the doll of the Iron Infant. Yep, because I'm the Steel Samurai through and through, heart and soul. The Iron Infant's my cute little son. You should have given the whole meaning. You should give a whole new meaning to the phrase, an astounding fool. Larry, we have not seen hide nor hair of the Iron Infant. But rest assured that we should find him. We'll let you know. Now get out of there. Sounds good. In that case, I'll go search over there. Hey, wait. Well, it's not as if I would get very far swimming around in that pool. Although it's unrelated to the murders, he sure knows how to cause a lot of trouble. He indeed does. Actually, Edgeworth, you should check the pool to see if there's like any like things where that can go. This statue bears a resemblance to the Prima Duck statue. The plaque says the King Prima Dux and the battlefield. In order to save the Queen, King Prima Dux put his life at the end of the line, put his life on the line and went to war. So Prima Dux was actually a person of royal blood. I thought he was simply someone imitating a character from an ancient legend. But what else surprises me, the real person who looked like the Steel Samurai existed. I suppose there's that too. These are some beautiful roses here. They appear to be well maintained. You're being too nice, Miles Edgeworth. The arrangement is devoid of any design sense. Roses are only shine when they're grouped up by a color. One color per location. They lose their beauty when they're all mixed together, like this.
Oh, that's Francisca. Actually, I kind of don't like what in this game they switched the things, because then I still don't even see the name.
They lose their beauty when they're all mixed together like this. I can't tell if she's being sarcastic or not. On second thought, there's a rather serious look on her face, so I better leave it be. They should really rethink the proper balance of those roses. Of all people to comment on the proper balance of things. So this is where Ambassador Alba was to give his speech. The stage is nicely set up, however. Where was the audience supposed to sit? Perhaps they were supposed to sit around the edge of the pool. At such poor planning if there's no place for other than a spot or two by the pool. There should have been made seating arrangements like how the gallery is set up in court. Indeed. You can sense the consideration for the viewer was taken with those. So in the end, the speaker and his audience were to stand the whole time, huh? Yes, although I suspect the audience would have liked to sit down after a while. Well, how many people were there actually supposed to have? Because let's say there was only like 6 people, that's fine. Now, if it was way more than that, I don't know. I suppose Ambassador Alba sat in this chair. Ambassador Alba is very elderly. The chair was prepared for him, should have gotten tired during his speech. In that case, why didn't they plan to make his speech sitting down in the first place? The ambassador also is quite prideful, that's why. He sounds like an old principal from grade school who speaks at assemblies. Alright. Let's see, did we get everything? I want to get everything before we talk to Lang and or his main bodyguard dude. I guess not bodyguard, but main can I not get in between those? No. Alright. How is investigation proceeding on your end? Langzi says that's top secret. If you're going to attempt to intimidate your superior, at least do it well. I don't suppose he believes in accidental leakage of information. Alright, let's talk to Lang. Have you finished checking out the bystanders? Yes, sir. And we found 14 counts of pocket picking, 16 counts of illegal barking, and 1 person ran a light, sir. Don't tell me you couldn't find out anything related to the case. Sir, not a single thing, sir. Well, for now, let's just get those other lawbreakers down to the precinct. Agent Lang. Well, if it isn't Mr. Prosecutor. I would just like to thank you for your assistance earlier. Make no mistake, it's not like I was trying to help you with what I did. After I left, you received word from Ambassador Alba. We're unwrapped. We're to wrap up our bodyguard assignment at the end of today. Oddly enough, we received word from HQ to return home on an urgent matter. As if I can if I can be so easily called away from this case after I've come so far. I swear that I'll find the truth and drag it out screaming into the light. You're with me on that, right, Mr. Prosecutor?
Yadagrasu's appearance.
You were working on Ambassador Alba's bodyguard at the time. So naturally, you witnessed when the Yadagrasu appeared, correct? Yeah, I saw that thief all right, with my own 2 eyes. The Yadagrasu was always there, lurking in the shadow. When the spotlights turned on for the Ambassador Alba's speech, a shadow appeared. It's when the cries of the Yadagrasu rang out. The next second, the spotlight went out. And by the time we got to the arena, lit again, the death thief had vanished. When we investigated afterwards, we found that the reason the lights went out was because someone had unplugged the extension plug for the outdoors electronics. Whether it was someone doing it on purpose or simply a guest who had tripped over it, we don't know. But one thing for certain, the Yadagrasu was here. So you're saying that basically all you saw was the thief's silhouette? Yes.
Objection!
If all you saw was a shadow, then it's entirely possibly the shadow belonged to someone else.
Ha! Good thinking, sis. You just might be right. If it weren't for the fact that there was no one else with the same shape. Not among the staff or audience members. My men already done a thorough check of everyone, so I know I'm right. Someone else's shadow? That sounds like a plausible hypothesis. The sudden appearing and disappearing of shadow of the Yadagrasu. I believe I figured out its true origin. I expect no less from my subordinate. Now, let's hear what you know about on the subject.
What really casts a shadow of the Yadagrasu? Could it be the statue plus this statue? Huh.
Take that!
The sudden appearing and disappearing of the shadow Yatagrasu is not possible to be created by this statue.
Objection!
Are you playing me for a fool, Miles Edgeworth? This statue absolutely bears no resemblance to the shadow of the Yatagrasu. You are correct, however, the statue is but one part of the whole picture. What do you mean, only one part? What is the other part? What is the other part of the real form of the Yatagrasu shadow?
Take that!
It's another statue. The Yatagrasu shadow is made from the shadows of these two statues. Made to do what? Or made, what do you mean by that? Right now, the spotlights are over the place because they were removed when the guests were in a panicked state. However, if we were to restore the lights the way they were, then the thief appeared. You believe that the two shadows will create the Yatagrasu shadow? Precisely. Now then, watch as I reveal the true form of the Yatagrasu. First, if we set up the spotlight to cast the shadow of the King Primadux and the battlefield. Has he been over that far? The shadow of the king statue would appear on his backdrop of the stage. Likewise, if we set up on the queen who spoke of love to King Primadux, her silhouette would appear to be the backdrop of the stage. Ah, so he did combine the two shadows. It looks like nothing like the Yatagrasu shadow. Miles Edgeworth, how do you explain this grotesque shape? Calm down, Franziska. The way the light needs to be shown on the queen statue is wrong. What do you mean by that? I believe the whole king's shadow needs to be used for this to work. However, in this case, the queen, I don't believe her whole shadow is needed. Rather, the person who created the shadow only used one part of her shadow. One part? Yes, that part is enough to fill the rest of the Yatagrasu shadow. Why didn't you say that in the first place? You're right, I apologize. Now, what part of the queen's statue was used to complete the Yatagrasu shadow? It's gotta be the hand, right?
Take that!
Take that. Think back to what I'm missing. Think back to what is missing in our shadow. The 5 long thin areas, correct? Or the 5 long areas, correct? Now what does that remind you of? Ah, that's right. It can only be the shadow of the queen's left hand. Franziska, can we please adjust the spotlight's position so that only shines on the queen's left hand? Alright, let's give it a try and see what we get. How's it all like feathery looking? This is exactly like the shadow I saw. The culprit must have changed Spotlight's position in both her forehand, and then pulled the plug after the people saw the culprit wanted them to see. In their panic, the guests must have moved the spotlights around, which can be assured was also a part of the culprit's plan. By the time the lights came back on, the Yatagrasu's shadow has vanished, which means the shadow was constructed from the very beginning. So you see, the Yatagrasu never did visit Abeles tonight. Only the country the thief visited was Bamal, although it can be assumed that the Yatagrasu had an accomplice in Abeles. An accomplice? By who? I haven't figured that out yet, but I assume it was the person who set up the shadow show. I sense that a bigger clue is yet solving this case is the existence of the accomplice. Who is the accomplice? Don't tell me it was Damask. How's the investigation going? Not him, okay. Detective Bad, have you come to join us in investigating the Yatagrasu? I've left the murder in Agent Lang's charge. And my only target from the very beginning is the Yatagrasu, so yes. So what have you found out? I've got a piece of evidence. May I see it? Sure, but you might regret it. We're here because we already face whatever may come. So if you please. When people heard the commotion, bystanders started gathering. And one woman claimed, I'm telling y'all, I'm a genuine international journalist. She gave me an interesting picture. A journalist. Well, actually, she's a freelance cameraman. This is the photo I got from her. What in the world? The Yatagrasu is flying through the air. This looks like cloth, really. The times, they are changing. It's not just man, but evidence. Even they lie to us now. When was this photo taken? Apparently right after the fires on the 4th and 5th floors were put out. It was taken from a nearby building that you can see the embassy from. I see. So this was taken after the fire. The blur in this picture took off from the Beverly's embassy, flew over the boundary, and headed for the embassy of Abeles. This is simply not possible. People are incapable of flight. Is that a fact? I've had a pleasure of dealing with this case involving a flying person once. Wait a minute. I'm misremembering here. Was Barry in the first game or second game? Was it the first? I don't know. I don't remember. Actually, come to think of it, I've come across a case like that as well. 2, actually. No, yeah, because it was the second game, because the third case was Franziska. Then what was our second? Oh. And then what would his be? Did anybody fly in the first game? Or... whatever. Maybe it happens more often than we think.
I am up to the task of solving this mystery behind this photograph.
Well, the Anagrassi took it all from the Balinese embassy,
So I should start from
there. Franziska, I need to return to Babar investigation for a bit. Alright.
Was she a part of the third game's 5th episode? Miles was. So maybe that's what he's referring to. If that's what he's referring to, then that makes sense.
So the Anagrassi was just a shadow. The calling card that was sent is what threw everyone off and made them assume things.
Oh, it was Franziska. I'm sorry, guys.
It's possible that all the events tonight were a part of an overall plan. I'm going to continue investigating on the Abalisian side. You two, as I've always say, don't do anything stupid, alright? I wonder if he's alright. It's unusual for him to be so nice. I think it's simply he's concerned for our well-being, Franziska. Can you not talk between you two?
Am I not allowed in there?
Oh, I didn't even give a... Okay. I'll continue investigating on this side of the building. Alright, I'm counting on you.
Welcome back, Mr. Edgeworth. Now come on, let's get back to our investigation.
Yes, let's.
Oh crap. Actually, no, let me go back.
It's the national flag of Babal and features on the country's butterfly crest.
Using a butterfly as a national symbol makes Babal just seem so cute. It goes along perfectly with Ambassador Palaneo's smiling face. And what about the flowers of Avalis?
Or else, damn it.
Well, it looks like Ambassador Alba almost seems like a poor flower needs to be watered.
I suppose an ambassador in the face of this country, but Kay is being literal about it.
Can you give me just a little bit more space to run through? Do you think after returning or running around, we're right back at where we started?
It would appear that way.
Hi, Mr. Edgeworth.
Have you found Melody's killer yet? I'm terribly sorry, Ambassador Palaneo, but I have yet to find his killer.
But I guess his murder was really a work of the Anagrassi. Let's get one thing straight. It was the work of the fake Yadagrasu. The real Yadagrasu is a noble vigilant who is only out to steal the truth. Miss Faraday, please don't make such a sad face. If there's anything I can do for you, all you have to do is ask, alright? Mr. Palaneo?
Actually, there is one thing you can do. Will you allow us to take another look around? We didn't have enough time to conduct a thorough investigation earlier.
Oh, sure. Please feel free to investigate to your heart's content.
Also, there's a few questions I'd like to ask you personally, Ambassador.
If it'll bring a smile back on Miss Faraday's face, then I'd gladly answer anything. Thank you, Mr. Palaneo. You're a total gentleman. You don't have to waste such a nice words on me, little miss. Hey, Sir Palaneo.
Those two sure got chummy awfully quickly.
You know, it is easy to say we're going to investigate, but where should we begin?
We should probably start by comparing the state of this room before and after the fire. And then we should look into the matter of the suspicious person we spotted.
Yeah, when I came into this room, that person was already gone. But I'm willing to bet that the person I was chasing is Mr. Cochin's killer.
We don't know that yet, however, it is hard to believe that the person is unrelated. Furthermore, because the key of the Yatagarasu stole 7 years ago was found here, it signals perhaps Miss Yu also somehow is involved.
I knew it. That woman is almost definitely Mr. Cochin's killer.
Yet again, we don't know that. There are too many mysteries to be solved here. Speaking of Yatagarasu and the mysteries, I received a most mysterious photo from Detective Bad.
Uncle Bad? He's taking part in the investigation too?
Yes. He's also been chasing after Yatagarasu, after all, these years.
Uncle Bad.
Now then, I was told that this photo was taken just after the fire.
What? This kind of looks like a person in the long coat I was chasing.
That looks like a person?
Does this mean I was chased after the fake Yatagarasu after all?
I don't know the answer to your question, but I don't think people can fly either.
But this could be how the person escaped. Well, I need to investigate, or...
Well, we need to investigate a bit more before we can say anything about that. In any case, let's not dawdle anymore and pick up on our investigation where we left off. So this is the real Prima Duck statue.
This is really valuable, right?
That's what they say.
Hold it!
Okay, you're not seriously considering the theft of the statue, are you?
No way, Mr. Edgeworth. I was thinking about anything like that. I was just calculating in my head how much the statue is worth.
That sounds mighty suspicious to me.
So we don't get to investigate it. That's kind of weird.
It appears that Mr. Cochin's body has been taken in for an autopsy. The white outline is left to tell the tale of his murder. The safe wasn't open at the time of the fire.
You could tell because the inside wasn't burnt, right?
Yes, thanks to the safe's fire resistance. The smuggling evidence was preserved.
Aren't safes great? They always hold wonderful promise of treasures within.
Well, this certainly did have a few inside. A fireplace, huh? Sobaba's office have them too.
Two?
There's a fireplace relatively same location in the Abalestian office. However, we found something there that we found something there that I'd rather not recall ever again. I still believe I believe that we found the lady's undershirt in the fireplace.
If it was that traumatizing, why don't we try creating new memories with this fireplace? You could climb inside and we could play hide and seek.
And come out covered in soot? I think not.
You really have no sense of fun, Mr. Edgeworth.
You're going to check to see if it's a revolver? No? You can see the Abalestian embassy through this window.
So when were you investigating over there, Mr. Edgeworth?
Oh. You can't see it from here. There on the 5th floor. That's where Mr. Demas 2 was killed.
What? You don't mean Masty Mass too? Aw, poor guy. As a fellow second-generation thief, I can't just turn a blind eye to this.
Even though Damas 2 is merely an imposter of the original.
Do we really know that he's an imposter, though? Maybe he could be related to... who knows?
It appears that this area was heavily damaged by the fire.
Yeah, I guess we should hurry up and get started examining everything.
I want rest every system granny.
So I guess NBC phones are just like normal phones, huh?
Well, what did you imagine them to look like?
Although Babals would look like a flower, and the receiver would be a butterfly. That way, it looked like the butterfly on the receiver was sucking nectar from the flower base. If any country had a flower phone,
Or if any country would have a flower phone, it would be MLS, don't you think?
oh, maybe the phone I envisioned would have been when they were Codopia.
There's really no point in asking about something that never existed in the first place.
You know what you lack, Mr. Edgeworth? Curiosity and imagination.
There's a bottle of Babyliss ink on Mr. Cochin's desk, and it looks like there's still a lot of ink left inside. The seal is unbroken, so the fire probably couldn't get into the bottle and burn up the ink.
Mr. Palineo, it looks like the precious Babyliss ink is alright after all. What? That's so odd.
Hold it!
Ambassador, what do you mean by that?
Well, it's just that there is something strange about the ink.
Would you mind elaborating the statement for me, please?
I'll just keep doing this so I don't get sidetracked.
There's only one book left standing here, Treasures of the World.
Wait, what? Let me see that. Uh-huh, I see. The most important part was blackened by the fire. Why, cruel fate, why?
It looks like the map where the treasures are located has been burned. It looks like a bunch of flyers with coupons attached to them. Babal sure gives away a
lot of different coupons. Maybe I should create one of my own. I could call it the Great Thief Coupon.
And what kind of discount would that net you?
5 finger kind. What else? And I steal an extra thing or two for the bearer.
Things such as
the truth. What else would I steal?
I wouldn't give to have a mountain of your coupons right now. Looks like a bunch of flyers with the coupons attached to them.
But boss sure gives a lot of different coupons.
Maybe I should create
One of them, Great Thief. Hey, this is the same thing. Why is this the same thing as this?
There we go.
Manny Cochin.
Or Manny Cochin. His name is written here on this nameplate.
Why would he put a nameplate with your name on it in your own office? It's not for you, Kay. It's for them. The people are like, oh, you're Mr. Cochin. And who don't?
I suppose it's to inform people in the case that they walked into the wrong room by mistake.
Do you think maybe it's also there to remind you of your own name if you forgot?
Well, either way, it's never a bad thing to set a nameplate on one's desk.
Okay, just a chair? All right.
That looks like a very comfortable chair.
Well, it doesn't look like it's all broken, so why don't you try sitting in it?
No, I better not. It's very important that we preserve the crime scene at all times.
Wait, but you're always touching all sorts of things at crime scenes.
That's because I'm a prosecutor, and it's my part of my job to examine things.
And it's my job to be a great thief.
Which is exactly why you're not allowed to touch anything.
Got him. Is there something else I missed? Uh-huh. Uh-huh. No. Uh-huh. No. Uh-huh. 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 Uh-huh.
Oh, the drawer. Wow. Okay. It would appear that the desk has also fell victim to the fire.
But it doesn't look too damaged. Oh, I think we can rifle through this drawer a bit.
I suppose we should really take a look. It seems the contents of this drawer survived the fire rather well.
Now, that's a sturdy desk. I guess there's value of solid wood construction. Let's see if there's anything useful left in here, Mr. Edgeworth.
This is a rather unusual shape for a notepad. I suppose it must be another souvenir from somewhere.
So what should I deduce?
Is this spot somehow connected to any evidence I hold?
Yes.
The shape of this notepad matches the shape of the note we found.
Hey, you're right. What is it? It looks like something straight out of the Monument Valley.
Yes, that notepad was a souvenir from someplace in your country. We've been connecting them for the purpose of the study of them, you see.
Yes, I do. You do seem to be quite passionate about it.
Oh, you would like to see my souvenir collection? I'd love to show it to you.
Are you sure we haven't been burned to a crisp by the fires? Ambassador Paraneo, I was wondering if you might recognize the handwriting on this note.
This looks like Manny's writing.
I see, in that case.
Oh, did you figure something out?
This note was found in Abalest. Specifically, it was being found firmly grasped by the murdered Demas 2.
Demas 2? Then this note...
Yes, was a request from Mr. Cochin for Demas 2 to steal the Prima statue.
What? Manny tried to steal the Abalest Prima statue?
We would know for sure if we could run a handwriting analysis. Ambassador, do you have any documents were handwritten by Mr. Cochin?
Yes, I can gather a few and give them to you.
I'll have Detective Gumshoe later run an analysis.
I can't believe that Manny would even think of doing something like this.
Do you have any ideas as to why he would have requested the thief of the statue, or the theft of the statue?
There's one possibility, but mind you, it's just my personal speculation.
Anything you could tell me would be a great help, Ambassador.
All right. Before I get him done, I'm gonna exhaust all this stuff real quick.
We don't know where the blade of
Could it be that the killer walked away with it? It looks like all the souvenirs stuffed suffered some damage from the fire. They don't actually look messed up from the artwork.
I just don't believe it. Murder on top of arson. What a disgrace to the name of the Yatagrasu.
The fake Adagrasu is guilty of much more than just theft, it seems.
I know, because if it were me, my first priority would have been to loot this bookshelf.
You would steal ordinary souvenirs that you can buy virtually anywhere.
You can't buy them anywhere. Each one is specific to location, and it has its own value. And it seems to have memories attached to them, are most valuable of all.
But if you could really rob someone of their valuable memories, just like that.
No, because even if I take a souvenir, I can't take the owner's memories.
Right. A grandfather clock. This one resembles the one in Avalest. Oh, that clock has been with us since we were still Codopia.
That's one big clock. Hey, does this one have a bird that pops out like a cuckoo clock?
I'm sorry, but no. Oh, and I'm sure you'll love its chime.
Really? Is it going to be 11 soon? So maybe I'll get to hear it then.
Is it that time already? Time sure flies when I'm involved in investigation.
Oh, it's not that late. The night's only just begun.
Kay, it's not very good for you to stay up late, you know.
Yes, Gramps.
Ambassador Pioneer, would you happen to know what these charred remains of? I don't know actually. But I don't think there was anything there that would have been flammable. And so it remains a mystery what was burned here. It's the charred remains of a falling ceiling fan.
Oh, there are a few of those before. They spin around and around and play music.
I believe you're thinking of a musical mobile for babies.
Yes, that's it.
But they're nothing alike.
They're totally alike. They spin those babies right around like a record.
Okay. That's a reference right there. I see. I guess I can see how they might think that. Ambassador Pioneer, what is this exactly used to be here? That's supposed to be a stack of brand new pamphlets. It looks like they were all burnt up. I guess we'll have to just reprint them. But no matter how fast we reprint them, they've always disappeared so quickly. Is the Babyliss tourism industry really that hot, or is the Babyliss industry, tourist industry, really that hot right now? Of course. Although recently, the most popular vacation destination has been the Republic of Virginia. But we refuse to lose them, so we've had hard working promoting Babal. Interesting. Well, we just recently returned a trip from Virginia myself. Oh, how did you like it? It was alright. I probably shouldn't bring up the fact that I was a suspect in the flight home. Yeah, you don't want to do that. The national symbol of Babal is drawn here. Is there nothing especially strange about it?
Is it just me, or did a butterfly gain an antenna sense?
Even if it did, would it really have any bearing on our case, Kay? Now then, Ambassador, I would like to ask you about your moments before the fire broke out. Before the fire? Which fire are you talking about? There was one more than one? Which one? There was more than one tonight? Huh? Oh, I see. I guess you didn't hear about it. We had 2 fires at the Balis embassy tonight. What a bother of it was.
Wait, the only fire we know about is the one after the Gem and Ninja show.
Well, the first occurred at the start of the Gem and Ninja show. Luckily, our 4th and 5th floors of the embassy caught on fire. Not wanting to cause panic among the theater goers, we decided to keep it internal.
Then the fire at the Gem and Ninja show was the second fire of the night.
Exactly. Yeah, cause look at the in this picture, yeah.
So the fire eyewitness was the second one.
Come to think of it, didn't Detective Bad make a reference to the first fire?
When was this photo taken? Apparently right after the fires. On the 4th floor and 5th floors were put out.
Well, you know what? If it's fires on both floors, that doesn't mean there was 2. But
I suppose this means that the photo was taken just after the first fire was put out.
so then, what was the extent of the damage in the second fire?
The second fire was contained on this floor, the 3rd floor. I think it was leftover embers from the fire on the floors above it that caused it.
That's how I should put this. Very bad stroke of luck.
My office is on the 5th floor. Manny's office is here. And Manny himself, all gone in the blink of an eye.
I feel so sorry for you, Mr. Paneo.
Oops. Look at me going on and on. Now then, what was it you intended to ask?
We were discussing what your actions and whereabouts were today. And if you happen to know what Mr. Cochin's actions and whereabouts were as well.
Yes, very well. Let's see. I've been quite busy all day. From the morning until now. I first woke up and then I brushed my teeth. After that, I had roll for breakfast.
Hold it!
Fascinating. How about you just skip the relevant parts for me?
Oh, like a condensed version? All right, I can do that for you. Morning activities.
So what did Mr. Cochin and you do this morning?
Well, originally we were supposed to meet for a shake and shake hands with the Gem and Ninja. But Manny and I were to turn into a photo op. So we were tidying up his office.
You helped clean Mr. Cochin's office? Why were you not cleaning your own?
Oh, I forgot to mention this, but my office is currently undergoing renovations.
Okay.
Which is why both the Prima Duck statue and the Babalis knife are down here.
I see.
Oh, but tidying up didn't take much, really. We just burned some files we no longer needed and expired coupons in the fireplace.
I bet cleaning up the fireplace must have been a real pain, though, huh?
About that. I kind of forgot to clean the ashes out. I guess I'm up the creek without Manny here to get angry at me.
Hold it!
An ambassador like yourself has been on the receiving end of the sectary's anger.
He was very good at being very mad. Why, even just this morning, he got mad at me. I spilled some Babyliss ink into the back wall when I was burning the files, you see. And then he got mad at me, saying I should not treat the ink with more respect.
Talking about the boss getting bossed around.
That's about it for what we did this morning. Just some cleaning.
Don't tell me you had other work to do being an ambassador and all.
Afternoon activities. Now then, if you could tell me what you and Mr. Cochin did this afternoon. Well, Manny and I went down together to the Theatrum Neutralis. We had to be there for the start of the Steel Samurai stage show. After the show started, we went back to my office on the 5th floor alone.
So they were together up until the start of the Steel Samurai show.
A little while after I had straightened up myself a bit, I returned to the theater because I was to take part in a photo op on stage at the end of the show.
There was a competitive photo op at the end.
It takes a fantastic photo of 3 of us, Ambassador Alba, the Steel Samurai, and myself. After the show shoot. After the photo shoot, not show. I went back to my office on the 5th floor to prepare my handshake photo op with the Gemin Ninja.
He seems to be rather overworked for an ambassador.
When I got to my office, that's when the first fire broke out, and I escaped downstairs. My office was completely destroyed, but thankfully, no one was hurt. I admit I ran away from the first fire as fast as my legs could carry me. But during the second one, I pitched in and helped the embassy staff put it out.
So you didn't see Mr. Cochin again after the start of the Steel Samurai show?
Yes, that's right. The next time I saw him, he was lying there in an eternal sleep.
I see. Ambassador Palineo, thank you very much for your help.
I'm sorry I couldn't be much more of an assistance, Mr. Edgeworth. If there's anything else, please, don't hesitate to ask, alright? Mr. Cochin's ink.
I wonder if you might tell me what you've noticed about Mr. Cochin's ink bottle.
I just thought of it right now, but during these second fires, Manny was worried about his office, so he came rushing back to it. I called out to him when I received no reply. I used my spare key to open the door. But when I did, I was greeted by roaring green flames. The flames were so big it wasn't able to see into the room at all.
Hold it!
The fires were green? What was the cause?
Well, wood crystal oil burns green when it is lit, as you can see by this lantern.
And Babyliss ink is made from the same oil, which means it would also burn green.
You know, I too thought it was Manny's ink that had caught on fire. So that's why I was surprised to find out there was still a bottle of ink left on the desk. The case of the perplexing green flames. Talk about a mystery.
What exactly was it that caught on fire here?
Job for Damask number 2.
I believe that you said you might have an idea why Mr. Cochin hired Damask 2.
Actually, I fear it may be my fault. As I was telling you earlier, we were determining which statue was the real one as a part of today's event.
But because of the Yatagrasu, the fires here, that got canceled, didn't it?
I'm actually relieved that the rest of the event had been cancelled. For you see, the ball statue, well, it's just a replica. And did Mr. Cochin know about the Babal's primitive statue? Of course he knew. That's why he was the only person I couldn't consult with. Or I could consult with. We'd have to do something once our statue was revealed as a replica. Just as I expected, I was very nervous today, as this would impact our country's authority. Yes, I understand. Well, when I told Manny of my concerns, he said, "Let me handle it. It'll be all right." I'll find a way to make sure that the ambassador of the reunited... You're the ambassador of the reunited Cotopia. At the time, I thought he was just trying to cheer me up. But when I saw that note, I realized he was serious. Mr. Cochin conducted a lot of business behind your back. I assume he did that to ensure that you're the next Cotopian ambassador. But that's why he's trying so hard, I wonder. He was so much better at getting things done than I ever was or will be.
I don't have to answer yet as to why he's trying so hard. But I suspect that he had an ulterior motive in mind beyond simple kindness.
Oh, here you are, Mr. Edgeworth.
Detective Gumshoe, have you collected the information I requested?
Yep, I got it right here, sir. Here you go, Kay. Feel free to take a look. It's for you after all. What is this, Gummy? It's all the information on this room that I got from the embassy and Interpol people. Now we know exactly how this room was before and after the fire.
Good work, Detective.
Oh, it's nothing, sir. See, I'm not a dumbass. I don't know why the game keeps putting me out to be that way. I'm an expert at getting people to talk. Wow, you two remind me such of a father and Uncle Bad. Or, oh, let me reread that. You remind me so much of Father and Uncle Bad.
What do you mean?
As a prosecutor and detective, your dynamic is just like theirs back in the day. Well, don't you worry. I'm gonna find my own wonderful partner someday. And when I do, I'm going to become a good Yatagrasu, just like my father, right?
Please, don't ask me questions to which I have no answer to, Kay. However, I can say that it was truly wonderful thing to find a partner you can trust.
You bet. So what now, Mr. Edgeworth?
Well, I'd like to ask you for a favor.
Yes?
That gadget, Mr. Thief, is it? That thing you call your secret weapon.
Oh, you mean the little thief? You're coming on to rely on it, aren't you?
I don't need a crutch like that. I'm only asking because I need it for the investigation. From the information from Detective Gumshoe gathered, and Ambassador's testimony, I'd like you to please recreate this room as it was during the third floor fire.
You got it. All right, here we go. Dark skies of the evening, when no other bird dares to take a wing, one alone remains all-seeing. Now witness the true power of the real modern-day Robin Hood.
It seems there are other things besides the ambassador mentioned that have changed. And it is possible that we might find an escape route the person Case saw used well.
Oh, what's this? Is this some sort of light show I was not told about? This is the power of the true vigilant. It is recasting the room with the info I inputted. Really? That is certainly one interesting device you have there, Miss Faraday. Ahem. I believe that it's time that I return to our investigation. Actually, I think of a good pairing for Kay would probably be Emma. Probably be a good pairing for her. It looks like there is one of the Babyliss knives was already missing before the fire began. So it would seem, especially since the other two knives handles were burnt away. The remaining handle was swapped out with the handle of the real murder weapon. And Babal's national treasure was stolen. Poor Babal, don't you think? I'm not sure if the lump replica of the statue was the rest of Babal's woes. Looks like all the souvenirs suffered some damage from the fire. I don't believe it. Murder weapon top of arson. Okay, this is the same thing. Then why is it not already checked? That's kind of annoying. It won't let me spam through it. Yep. Yep. Okay, you already had it. This grandfather clock. It was apparently a different position before the fire. That was obvious. According to staff members, the clock was a flush against the wall before the fire, sir. Which means it most likely was moved by someone during the fire. Speaking of which, it's totally 11 o'clock now, but I don't hear anything. Huh? That's odd. It was chiming right on the dot every hour this morning. Maybe the fire damages internal mechanisms or something. Ambassador Palaneo, may I take a look inside the clock? Sure. Go right on ahead. Detective Gumshoe, if you could please inspect the insides of his clock. Yeah, sure. I'm on it. Mr. Edgeworth, I found this inside, sir. It looks like a length of a wire that was used to cause the clock from stop chiming. But what was the long length of the wire doing inside this clock in the first place? Why would someone do this? It's such a valuable clock. It sounds like it wasn't Mr. Palaneo that put the wire in there. Then perhaps it was Mr. Cochin's killer who did. But why? Is that the murder weapon? Besides getting stabbed? So Baba really was, SK. Ugh. So Baba was really pushing their tourism industry, huh? Yes, it would appear that way. You know, you really love to take a trip. Hey, why don't we take one after this case? Do you already have a destination in mind? Well, I'd really like to go someplace where I could continue thief training. Well, if you want to learn the fine art of stealth, perhaps you should visit a studio where they make the Gem and Ninja TV show. Hey, that's actually a really great idea, Mr. Edgeworth. I can't believe she took me seriously. The charred remains of the falling ceiling fan. Oh, I've seen a few of these before. They spin around and around and play music. I believe, oh, this is the same too. They're totally like to spin like babies and run around a record. Something special, really strange about it. It says me a butterfly again. Okay, it's the same too. Alright. That looks like a very comfortable chair.
Why don't you, this is the same too.
Darn it.
Speed through this. This is the exact same as earlier, so there's no need to reread it. So we're investigation, Mr. Edgeworth. I can see is from here. Oh, they're on the 5th floor. Okay, yep, this is the same. I have so many repeating. A fireballs, huh? So Babal's offices have them too. Oh man, I thought I was gonna get the flag there. Yeah, I guess, okay. These must have been large green flames Ambassador Palineo saw. If he flames like these,
With flames like these, no wonder he couldn't get in.
okay, by the time you came in this room, had the fire already been put out?
Yes, the fire died out or something by that time.
Then the fire here only burned for the time the fire started on the 3rd floor. Until the Yatagrasso appeared and caused a stir in Babal, I suppose.
I guess Mr. Palinea just lucky enough to run into the fire and it was burning, huh?
Yes, you could put it that way. And since you were the first to discover the body, we can assume that no one else entered the room until that time. No one other than the person you were chasing of course.
I knew it. That person I saw was definitely up to no good. I mean, that person could even be Mr. Cochin's killer.
That's very likely to be the case. After all, that person came into this room before you. And must have chosen this floor precisely because they knew no one would be here.
Okay, then maybe the green fire was where it was to prevent anyone from coming in. But then, what did the other person on fire, or what did the person set on fire to make the green flames?
Whatever that person burned, it made a rather sizable fire.
Since the fire is green, well, it might have been something that burns green, right? It's a bit thinner than the flames. But you got what I mean.
Yes, I do believe that you are thinking is exactly why these flames are green. Which fire-related piece of evidence that burns the same color as the green flames? Well, the ink possibly, but they said it wasn't open, right? It could be this or this.
Take that!
Okay. The silhouette lantern. Its green flames comes from the wick crystal oil burning.
Yeah, that fire I was thinking of too. I love the green it gives off.
I think we've now established that the green flames were caused by the wick crystal oil. Furthermore, we know there's only one other thing that made from whipped crystal oil. Oh, you mean that Mr. Pallineo was mistaken about, right? Precisely, as we found out earlier in our investigation. What? I don't get it. Can you fill me in, sir? Fine, I suppose. I'll explain it in a way that even you can understand. This thing is made from whipped crystal oil that Master Pallineo was mistaken about.
Take that!
Babyliss ink is made from whipped crystal oil.
Oh, so it should burn the same color as the flames in the lantern, right?
Yes, precisely. However, the green flames in this room were not from the bottle of Babyliss ink.
Because we found Mr. Cochin used it on his desk, right?
However, we know that Mr. Cochin was smuggling the ink in massive quantities. Now, what do you suppose he made using all that ink? I believe what he made with that ink is the answer to what gave birth to the green flames.
Oh yeah, I'm beginning to really feel the energy coming from you, Mr. Edgeworth.
It would appear that I finally found it. The smuggling ring is real gold. Beta Babyliss ink. There is a source of green flames. Oh, you know what?
Take that!
Money. What would it consume that's a great volume of ink to make? That would be the counterfeit bills that the smuggling ring made in the circulation in Zhangfa.
You're kidding. You're saying that Mr. Cochin, who made the counterfeit bills?
I am. And I believe you could even go as far as to say that he stole the Babal's printing press. Ambassador Mr. Cochin had permission to freely use the printing press, correct? Why, yes. And I do remember seeing him use it in the middle of the night. But never did I think he was using it for such a foul deed. Ambassador, because of your secretary's crimes, you would need to be investigated as well. Ah, yes, I suppose. So we caused a bit of trouble for me, or for a few countries, haven't we? It is my duty to search out all who shielded Mr. Cochin and conceal his crimes. For they are the ones who started the fire in order to destroy the evidence. Oh, okay. Detective, you took part in the initial Babal investigation, correct?
Yep, sure did. And I also helped out put out both fires, sir. But the first fire took me by surprise. I had a tough time escaping the 5th floor. First I tried the elevator, but I guess someone else had the same idea because it was in use. I hadn't remembered to use the stairs at that point. I had been burnt up to a crisp.
Wait, that's odd. We always warn the staff in the case of a fire, it's dangerous to use the elevator.
Oh? Maybe someone wrote it to fit out of a panic.
Detective, did you see the Yatagrasu that came into the Babyliss embassy at all?
I didn't personally. And the other staff members told me that they never got a good look at the person either, sir.
I wonder if you could tell me a bit more about what you discovered, Detective.
During the fire. The second fire broke up around the time of the Yatagrasu was spotted in Abeles. That also was a suspicious person was spotted in Babal, which caused some panic.
Hold it!
So no one was able to get a good look at this Yatagrasu that entered Babal.
Yeah, all they saw was a mysterious person wearing a long coat. But that's not enough to make a positive ID, you know.
Still, it was enough to make the people who received the calling card panic even more.
A person with a long coat. Sounds like the exact same person I saw.
The Anagrass who appeared in Abeles was proven to be a fabrication, a shadow. In the light, the fact that the Anagrass who appeared in Babal is also suspect.
You can't be serious. Not when there's this close to capturing the fake. I mean, Callisto, you.
So, the Anagrass who appeared caused mass confusion, killed Mr. Kojin, then disappeared. What you saw. By the way, detective, why did you not chase after the Anagrasu?
I did. But well, the embassy is huge, sir. I got separated from the other staff members I was with, so I was lost for a little while there.
Hold it!
You didn't even memorize the layout of the building? You were a guard, detective.
Eek. I'll be sure to do that from now on, sir. But you know, thanks for me being lost, I was able to come to Kei's rescue.
Oh, is that a fact?
Yeah. It was when I lost and was wandering around in the 3rd floor hallway, sure. When I heard her scream, I headed towards the right way. Oh, that's probably from when I found Mr. Kojin's body. Yeah, I thought it sounded like her, so I got real worried and ran as fast as I could. And I was thinking, thanks to Gummy, that Miss Shihana, I hope I'm saying that right, wasn't able to take me away. He covered for me until you got here, Mr. Edgeworth.
Oh, I see. So he can basically be useful once in a blue moon.
Still, it's too bad against Agent Shina. Got here before I did.
I wonder where Agent Shina was before you found her.
Well, just before you got into this room, I saw her coming out of the next door.
Agent Shina mentioned something about chasing the Yanagrasser herself earlier.
Well, apparently she helped out putting the fire first here. Then during the second fire, she heard that she was... during the second fire, I heard she was busy chasing the Yanagrasser.
She seemed to be very dedicated, Agent. You would do well to learn from her.
Why are you pointing at me when you say that, sir?
We examined everything in this office, but there is one thing that bothers me. Perhaps I should ask Ambassador Payaneo about it. Ambassador Payaneo, there is something I'd like to ask you about.
Yes?
About this office, it appears to me to be very similar to the Ambassador Alba's office. For example, the location of the fireplace and the position of the grandfather clock.
Ah, that's right. You also paid a visit to the Albastian side of the embassy. Our two embassies are actually used to be one.
Yes, I know. Even the pamphlet mentions that.
Which is why the building is blatantly symmetrical. So no matter which room, the location of the fireplace and the like are exactly the same. Even the art is located in the same. As my room is currently under renovation. We worked hard to make Manny's room look alike the ambassador's office.
You mean your handshake ninja photo op with a gem and ninja?
Yes, that's right. I mean, what's a photo like that worth not taking in an ambassador's office, right?
Yet another odd expression of the ball's obsessively competitive spirit with Abeles, I take it. Thank you.
Ambassador. That piece of information is all I needed to connect the dots. Connect the dots? Well, anyway, I'm glad it was able to be of some help. Okay, the little thief is still going, so is there something I need to look at? Oh, we didn't look at this. I don't know why. Safe wasn't open to fire, you didn't know there was something burn right. Well, thanks to the safe's fire resistant smuggling was preserved, anti-grate, blah 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 blah. This is exactly the same. Okay, we already talked to Gumshoe. I guess it's logic time. Connected fireplaces blatantly symmetrical? Babbly sides of the building are basically symmetrical to each other, as we know as a fact, to be a fact. Then the room's fireplace might also hide a secret passageway. A secret passageway? In Abyss, the fireplace turned out to have a revolving back wall. Revolving wall? It sounds like something out of a ninja house. Wow, there was a trick like that built into the fireplace, sure? What? The embassy holds that kind of secret? There seems to be a lot in this room you don't know about, Ambassador. I guess it's time to pay the bill for letting Manny do so much work for me. Please, I really want to know about the real Manny and what you know about this room. What are we waiting for, Mr. Edgeworth? Let's get to the bottom of this. Agreed. And my first thought is that likely the killer used the revolving fireplace. It looks just like another fireplace to me though, doesn't it? How do you turn it again? In Abyss, you had to push the X that was on the far of the wall's fireplace. Oh, I see. The back X there. Let's see what happens when I push it.
Hold it!
Ah, you scared me, sure. There's something about this fireplace that lies in the contradiction of the facts. Huh? But the X is where you thought it would be, right? Right? We did. But that's not what I was referring to. Something is missing from the scene. What does the contradiction, or what does this contradiction mean for us? I won't risk everything. Alright, let's do this first. All I see inside this fireplace is starter wood. Huh? That's odd. It doesn't match up with what Mr. Paganeo said earlier. What is the meaning of this contradiction? That it was turned, guys. If we push this X mark, the fireplace should turn. Revolving fireplace, or a revolving fireplace wall. That's neat, sir. We should hurry up and... Wait, detective, there's something we need to examine about this first. Besides, which is also something I'd like to test. Like what, sir? Well, I'll tell you later, detective. For now, let's continue with our investigation. Is this some spot somehow connected? to any evidence I hold. Ambassador Padme, you said that you burned some old files in the fireplace today, correct? Yes, I burned quite a few files this morning, actually. After you did, you forget to clean the ashes out of the fireplace, correct? That's right, but why are you asking? And why are you making such a scary face? I'm sorry to admit, I'm a bit intimidated when I'm serious. In any case, just take a good look at this fireplace and tell me what you find odd about it. Let's see, huh? Where did all the ashes go?
What is the meaning of this, Mr. Edgeworth? You don't really think that Ambassador Palineo is lying, do you?
No, there's no reason for him to lie.
And I don't believe his testimony is wrong either.
It is the fireplace that is causing the contradiction. And I wonder if you might update the fireplace data for me.
You got it. I'll add ashes from the burnt files and... Sounds like I've pretty much figured out everything out now, huh?
Well, it was nothing. And all I did was follow where our leads led us.
Oh, I sense it's coming on. You're about to dazzle us again, right? Oh, you mean that? Well, it's Mr. Edgeworth's known for, you know.
There's really no need for you two to dance around the name of what I'm about to do. Oh, I'm not supposed to... The ashes of Paraneo left have disappeared. If we follow where this piece of information leads us, we should begin to see the truth. It's time to use our secret weapon, right?
Yeah, go on, sure. Use your special skill.
I'll ignore your strange phrasing for now, and focus on the information we have instead. Just a little further, I can sense the truth lying just on the other side of this. That's what I thought it was going to happen, but I guess I got to logic my way through it. Yeah. And the reason why the ashes are missing is simple.
It's not because someone cleaned them up, right?
No. Because even if someone did sweep them up, the fireplace is too clean for that. Ambassador Paraneo said he spilled some Babyliss ink when he was burning the files. And yet there's not a trace of the spilled ink on the back wall either. Anywhere.
Well then, I don't know what happened.
Well, I'll tell you what happened. The two sides were switched. By using the revolving fireplace wall, the ashes were moved onto the neighboring room. Which means there's clear indication that the fireplace was used.
Then you mean the person I was chasing disappeared from this room through there?
Yes. I believe the person you were in pursuit of, Mr. Cochin's killer. And after committing the murder, escaped through the fireplace.
Wow, Mr. Edgeworth, you figured out our killer's escape route.
I have, but only beginning. It's only beginning. We now have to chase the killer down. It was you, wasn't it? You, Gumshoe said you came from the room next door. If the killer used the fireplace in this room to escape into the next, it is only logical for us to talk with the person who was in the neighboring room.
Well, that person in the next room was... Oh. It was that person, sir.
Yes, Detective Agent Sheena.
It's looking more like Miss Sheena is the killer, isn't it?
Let's not jump to conclusions yet. We only need to go through what we know so far. She came running straight into this room from the next one and instantly accused you. Furthermore, she claimed that it was only have been you that killed Mr. Cochin. I don't have any proof yet, however, I know she is hiding something from us.
Okay then, why don't we go ask Miss Sheena herself?
No, not yet. There's something that needs to be done first, Detective Gumshoe.
Sir, is it my turn to do something, Mr. Edgeworth?
Yes, you have a two-part special assignment for you. First, I need you to run the handwriting analysis on Dimas' note.
Okay, I'll get the lab boys on it right away.
Second, I want you to see if you can fit through the revolving fireplace wall.
Right, now, sir.
No, next decade. Of course now. We need to test our hypothesis first, don't we?
Go on, Gummy. You can do it. Alright. I'm gonna do it like a real man. Here I go. Through the fireplace and the back.
You shouldn't need to psych yourself up that much for a simple task, Detective.
Wow, the wall inside of the fireplace really did turn. That's so neat. Now I'm gonna go try through it there too.
There really is a secret passageway through there. I had no idea. It would appear that the ashes really pushed into the other room. Furthermore, the Babyliss ink you spilled. Ambassador is there, on the back wall.
Okay, here I go, sure.
Detective, I would like you to go through under the same conditions as the killer.
Huh? But all the ash and stuff.
And your point is? Now, we're short on time. If you could please hurry on through.
Yeah, sure. Okay, now we pretty much have the whole picture, right?
No, not yet. There remains a few more mysteries to solve, such as the Anagrassu's whereabouts and the other smuggling ring members. The two weapons that made it across the border, and the key that Miss Yu stole 7 years ago. In fact, we haven't figured out a thing regarding how Miss Yu is related to these embassies.
Mr. Edgeworth.
A number of pieces connected in a very complicated way in this case. It is almost enough to make one completely mentally exhausted.
What are you saying, Mr. Edgeworth? I thought you were the one who said it was easy if we follow the leads.
Well, it was supposed to be an impression of me. Was that supposed to be an impression of me, Kay?
If we got our info we need, Gummy and I can help you with that. Then all you would need to have is to show off one of your fancy smancy logical deductions.
Show off? Does it seem like I'm being boastful when I do that? Maybe. Maybe.
Let's not cover up complicated matters, okay, Mr. Edgeworth? We've been so focused like a laser on only what it seems strange about the fireplace, or found out of the place. It is no wonder things clicked and we haven't unlocked anything yet. If we think of things through calmly, the answers should come to us.
Okay.
That sort of thing I'd say to myself when I'm practicing on how to unlock the padlocks, you know.
That's something I hope the practice doesn't make perfect for your sake.
Ha ha ha. Yay. Looks like we're back to your straight-laced self again. Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, I'm back, sure.
I can see that. Good work, detective.
Looks like we can use the fireplace like a door, sure. Are you alright, Gummy? I'm okay. Just a bit of ash and dust, that's all.
Your jacket has gotten quite filthy. I see the hem has particularly turned black.
Well, that's quite a bit of unburdened ink I've gotten all in it. Sir.
I see. Thank you, detective. You did a fine job. I'll even pay the cleaning bill for the trench coat.
What? Oh, sure. I could never. This is just my old coat, sir. If it was a coat I actually cared about, then I'd get it cleaned, but, you know.
I see. Very well then, as you wish.
So because Gummy was able to climb through the fireplace, we know it can be used, right?
Yes, but that's not all we learned.
We actually learned one other important fact. And that is,
I will have to explain it to you later. Right now, we need to deal with a handwriting analysis, Detective Gumshoe.
yes, sure, I'll be back before you know it.
Instantly. The handwriting analysis, that Mr. Cochin's handwriting, will take a bit of time. Let us go and wait in the Theatrum Neutralis, along with Agent Lang and Agent Shina. Alright, guys, give me a second. I'm gonna use the bathroom real quick. We'll save, and then in case the power goes out. Alright. Alright, I'll be back 2 seconds, hopefully. Well, we'll take a little bit longer than that. But I'll be back. Ow.
Alrighty, middle of the Yatagrusu's true identity.
Agent Lang. Lang Z says little cubs never do know the real fury of the elder wolves. These codes are definitely becoming increasingly difficult to decipher. And what does that mean? It means that you'll never really know how angry I can get. Mr. Prosecutor. The counterfeit bills made with Babily's ink. They're all Zhangfa's denominations. Yes, so I've heard from Miss Von Karma. But we don't know where the play money has gone. They must have not figured out it was all burned yet. Ever since those things showed up in circulation, my country's economy has taken a big hit. Zhangfa is in financial chaos as we speak. Because we can't tell the difference between our own bills and the fakes. But it's not just the money. The citizens are also worried. I've staked my honor in the House of Lang of this. I have yet to come to this land to capture the mastermind behind the whole mess. I investigated the bills were made, how the ink was smuggled into Zhangfa. I pursued the smuggling ring all the way here. But tonight, this is where the final chapter was written. Despite my frantic efforts to chase the smuggler down, someone got him first. And now that I'm called to return home without a single answer, Agent Lang, don't start. It's not your fault. It's not anyone's fault, Mr. Prosecutor. Ambassador Alba, I'm sorry for all the trouble tonight.
Oh, no. No. It is I who should apologize. I was all because I was not strong enough. If only I was able to think of a better solution. Crucius, you fool. Curse your empty brain.
You're being too hard on yourself, Ambassador. To take full responsibility for tonight. End of story. Shina, let's go. Time to return to our dead.
Yes. I don't like to admit it, but there is not much else for us to do but to go home as well.
Agent Lang,
You, Wolfman, the secretary lady, hold it. Objection, pal.
Detective Gumshoe, have you got the results of the handwriting analysis already?
Yep. On that note, was definitely written by Mr. Koshin, sir.
Just as I thought. Good work, Detective. Hey, Mr. Prosecutor, how long did you intend to hold us up for? Sorry to have made you wait, but I believe that now everyone's finally here. Agent Sheena, I'd like to ask you something if you don't mind.
Yes?
How exactly did you fail to see the Yatagrasu when you were in the neighboring room where Mr. Kochin was killed? I would like you to explain that to us. What? Hey, Mr. Prosecutor. What are you doing asking her about something she didn't see? Agent Lang hasn't touched the Baval investigation at all. So I suppose I will need to explain a few things to him first.
Miles Edgeworth, I can't even begin to imagine what's going on in that head of yours. I don't need you to, Francisca. The only thing that's going on in my head is the pursuit of the truth. Oh, it sounds like you have some sort of plan. Very well, I shall supervise you until the end.
She's seriously going to treat me as a subordinate for the rest of the day.
You're not trying to pick a fight with my subordinate on some flimsy guess, are you? I'm not trying to pick a fight, and the evidence is hardly flimsy, as you will see. We're gonna do the Dean. Yep. Ha! I should have known that you and I dare destined to fight it out to the very end. It would appear that way. And I'll prove her innocence. So let us see what you've got, Prosecutor Edgeworth. With a pleasure. For my opening argument, I'll discuss the Adagrassu's appearance in the ball. And establish exactly who that case solved. Agent Lang, I assume you've been briefed on case testimony. You mean a suspicious person and the coach he saw? That's right. The person is the one of the keys to solving this case. The person who pretended to be the Adagrassu. Pretended. And what do you mean by that? I'll get to that in a second, but first, I want to review what Kay's mystery person did. Kay, if you could please explain for us what the person you were chasing did.
Okay, you got it. I first spotted a suspicious person near the open air stage on the Beverly side. I called out to the person, but as soon as I did, that person ran off. I thought it was very suspicious, so I immediately gave chase.
For the sake of argument, let's call this suspicious person the Adagrassu. Now, please tell us what happened when you chased the Adagrassu up to the 3rd floor.
Can do. I chased the Adagrassu all the way up to the 3rd floor in the Babyliss embassy. And it was pretty straight chase down the hall until the sudden turn. The Adagrassu disappeared around the corner. I did my best to catch up. When I turned the corner, I saw the Adagrassu run into Mr. Cushion's office. I gave chase and ran into the room. But when I entered the room, it was pitch black and I couldn't see a thing. I felt something on the ground next to my foot and I turned on the lights, but then... Ah! Who's there? By the time I turned the lights on and the Adagrassu had disappeared.
When Kay entered the room, this person she was chasing was already gone. Why do you suppose that was, Agent Lang? What do you mean, why do you suppose? Isn't it obvious? The person slipped out of the room through the door behind the girl under the cover of the darkness. Sorry, but I know for the fact that the person didn't escape through that door. Oh? How do you know that with such certainty? That's easy. If the Adagrassu had left through the door, they would have run into this person. Would it not be K? Or would it be Manny? Oh, huh. Or would it be her? Yeah, because you...
Take that!
Your answer is she, nah. Because let's consider what would have happened if the Atagrasu had used the door. When Kay screamed upon discovering Mr. Cochin's body, the Atagrasu would have run right into Agent Shina, who was in the next room over. Arrgh. Agent Shina, would you mind telling us what you saw if you saw the suspicious person in question? No, I didn't see anyone. You see, therefore the Atagrasu could have... It just means that the creep slipped before Shina made it out of into the hallway. I doubt there was another person in that hallway. A certain detective. Detective Gumshoe, where were you exactly at the time?
Me, sure. Well, when I heard Kay scream, I ran towards Mr. Cochin's office, the opposite direction of Shina, sir.
So, Agent Lang, could you explain how someone could have eluded both of them? Even you must concede, under these circumstances, the door was not a viable route.
Way to go, Mr. Edgeworth. You nailed him. With just an explanation of what just happened.
Yes, I've eliminated one possible escape routes from that room. But this is far from over. I need to make Agent Lang aware as well of yet another possible escape route the Atagrasu could have taken. I get it. So what you were trying to show me... Hey, Mr. Prosecutor, let me guess. This is what you're trying to say, right? Because the door's not a viable escape route, then they must use another way out. Precisely.
Hey, Mr. Edgeworth. It's time to bust out with our revolving fireplace wall explanation, right?
Not quite yet.
Huh? But why? I thought this was the perfect time.
The revolving wall on the Bobbly side is known to only 4 people. And if we were to use this information wisely, the truth may escape us in the end. What is with all that whispering over there? Scared I'll figure out your tactics? Nothing of the sort, Agent Lang. Come, let's continue where we left off. That smug, haughty attitude of yours. You're really rubbed me the wrong way, you know that? Well, no matter. I figured you out already anyway. The only other possible escape route besides the door is the room's window. But since an eerie picture of said escape route exists, are you trying to say that photo captures the moment of the Atagrasu's escape?
I guess Detective Bad must have filled him in on this photo. I have to admit, at first, I thought the window to be a possible escape route as well. However, I now know that to be impossible. Now you realize you may not know this, but humans can't fly. Of course I know that. That's a bloody common sense. And besides, I never said I thought the photo to be the Yatagrasu escape route. I suppose not. Alright then, care to explain yourself. The shadow in this photo is not the Yatagrasu that Kay was chasing after. You can say whether you like it in whatever language you want. But there's only one language I really understand, and that's the language of evidence. What a goof. Very well then. I present to you the person that Kay saw is not the same person in this photo. Let me explain to you precisely why the shadow in this photo is not the Yatagrasu Kay saw. Kay spotted the Yatagrasu heading to the third floor during the second fire. However, the photo in question was taken after the first fire.
Yeah, way to go. That's twice you hit him in the butt now.
We're not done yet. You still have to explain what that shadow is. And how the Yatagrasu escaped. I don't suppose you can answer both, can you? Regarding the photo, I admit that we don't understand what it means quite yet. Ha! As I thought. However, the Yatagrasu escape route, now that I can answer. You can? Well then, Mr. Prosecutor, go on, enlighten me. Even if I explain it, you'll try to find some flaw with what I have to say. Now we're busy heading up the Alabastian investigation, correct? In that case, I doubt you have much knowledge of what the Babylese side of the case. So would it be your best to lead on that side? Agent Shina explained in my stead. Shina is my subordinate. If I don't stick up for her, how can I look into the eyes and call myself her boss?
Lang, it's alright. I can take care of him.
Shina.
You've shielded me for a lot as my boss. But it's time for me to prove my worth.
She shouldn't smile. She looks evil. Alright. If you're okay with it, then you have my support. Finally, it's down to just Agent Shina and myself. There where the battle really begins.
Okay. Now then. Let's see what it is you like to ask.
Let me see. Why don't you start with your movements inside the Babylese embassy?
During the first Babylese fire, I assisted putting out the fire. During the second fire, I was searching for the Yatagrasu who appeared in Babal. While I was searching, I heard a scream coming from the next room over. Although I was in the next room, I was unable to catch a glimpse of the Yatagrasu. To be honest, I'm really skeptical that the girl's Yatagrasu even exists. And that's all I have to say. But I'm not lying when I saw the suspicious person run into Mr. Christian's office. Like I said earlier, I have no intention of retracting my testimony.
Good. Just to confirm, when did you have a partner or just to confirm, did you have a partner when you were on your investigation? No, I moved alone. In that case, you have no one to collaborate your alibi, is that correct? Are you calling her suspicious because she was in a room by herself? How pathetic. And it wasn't Agent Sheena tried to arrest Kay under the same rationale. I'm sweating bullets. And how about when you accused Larry because he was the weapon's owner? Now that was unexpected for a useless lump to get in such a situation. Although I suppose it's never been a good idea to let mistakes go uncorrected. I make no excuses for what I did in that situation. Then you should apologize right now for making Kay out to be the killer, pal. I'm sorry. Sheena, apologize. I'm sorry. It's really okay. I mean, I'm not under suspicion anymore. Right, Mr. Edgeworth? Well, I never doubted you. Not for 1 second. And the same goes for me. I believe in Sheena. And let's put it to the test and see if she really is worthy of your trust. This promises to be interesting. Rebuttal. Ball. While I was searching, I heard a scream coming from the next room over. Although I was in the next room, I was unable to catch a glimpse of the Edgeworth. Was it because you were switching through the thing with the revolving fireplace? Being in the next room to Mr. Cochin's office is the problem with your testimony. Mr. Prosecutor, I don't see what the problem you're talking about at all. Agent Lang, do you recall the secret we discovered in the Albalassine office fireplace? Oh, you mean it connects to the office with the room next door? What about it? Well, Albalass isn't the only country with that secret connecting fireplaces. Whoa. The fireplace in Mr. Cochin's office has the same secret. What? The Edgeworth didn't even escape through the door with a room in the window. The escape route was through the revolving fireplace wall and the next room over. What is that? Now, don't you see? If the Edgeworth had escaped into the next room, then the thief would run straight into Agent Sheena, meaning that it's impossible for her to miss the Edgeworth. What is the meaning of the smiles? Well, would you care to explain, Agent Sheena, how you managed to completely miss the fleeing Edgeworth, or shall I? Your claim that you were in the next room was a lie all along, wasn't it? The truth is, you were all the one Kay saw in the coat. Pretending to be the Edgeworth, you were the one she chased after. And as you tried to lose her, you ran into Mr. Cochin's office and then headed into the fireplace. Then you shed your coat in the next room, leaving it to emerge as Agent Sheena. After you came back to look around, came back around the place under K under arrest. Does this sound about right? If not, then speak now or forever hold your peace. How dare you make Kay look like a bad guy when you're the suspicious one, pal? She nah. I've seen that face before. That laugh. Yep. I remember this irritating laugh. Brr, I'm getting chills down my spine. It can't be. But it has to be. Sheena, what's wrong with you? I'm sorry. It was funny, I couldn't help but laugh. Funny, you say? Yes, you would accuse me of being the Yatagrasu. The prosecutors of this country really are so very strange. Do you think you get away by simply laughing it off? You think I'm making things up too lightly. I think not. It's that prosecutor, Will. Who is? Look, everything you said earlier is nothing more than mere speculation. Yatagrasu fled through the fireplace. Do you have any proof to back up your claim? If you don't, then you haven't proved anything regarding the Yatagrasu escape route. The tone of your voice, your talking with me, has now certainly changed. That's because it's been a while since I've had so much fun. I think I'll let loose, and then you can be the real battle of wits. For an agent of Interpol to show me the true power of her mind, it's a great honor. Don't underestimate me. I'm not some foolish broad, you know. I know, and that's why I won't hold anything back either as I answer your question. My question? Here lies the proof of the revolving wall, and the revolving wall in Babal was used recently. It would be a certain testimony.
Take that!
I'm sorry, but this is really honest answer to my question. Yes, according to Ambassador Palaneo's testimony. He said that he was burning some documents in the fireplace with Mr. Cochin. Oh. The ashes of what they burned were left in the fireplace, so they should have been there. However, when we went to investigate the room, the ashes weren't there. Why is that a problem? Maybe someone cleaned them up. Unfortunately for you, Ambassador Palineo said he forgot to. And the question remains, why were the ashes missing? The answer is simple. When the Yatagrasu went through the fireplace wall, the ashes were pushed to the next room by the wall as well. The movement of the ashes were Mr. Cochin and his office is my proof. And just what's so funny? Ash as proof? Are you even allowed to submit such flaky evidence in a court? You still know this is not a courtroom, you idiot. You still wish to fight us. Of course, why wouldn't I? In that case, let's hear your counter-argument.
My counter argument, huh? This is really what just like being in a court.
Well, to me, we're simply continuing from where we left off those years ago.
Phew, I had no idea what you're talking about.
And it does matter if we're at a crime scene or in a court. Let's finish this here and now.
I suppose. I had a lot of fun today, but I grow weary of this game of cat and mouse. Let's make this last testimony and wrap this absurd case up once and for all. Alright, let's go. In my eyes, you provided that the rotating fireplace was used. But you really can't call this proof the Yatagrasu used the fireplace, now can you? So then, who was it who used the rotating wall? Show me your answer with real evidence. Remember, we're finished with a very thorough investigation, and we found not a single suspicious thing in Mr. Cochin's office. And there you have it, my counter argument.
Yeah. That's very impressive. She may have been through the facts that I have yet to gather. That one more piece of evidence.
What is it, Kay? I haven't heard a peep out of you in quite a while now.
If you don't think you can handle it, feel free to leave the rest of it to us.
But
Kay, pull yourself together. You are the true heir to the Yatagrasu name, are you not? If you want to steal the truth, then you must never take your eyes off of it. This chase, you're running to catch the truth. You must see it through to the very end.
Mr. Edgeworth, you're right. I will see us through to the end. So, you go get her for me, Mr. Edgeworth.
With pleasure.
Looks like you lack the evidence that left wide open, doesn't it?
Shina, please, show me. You're someone I can trust.
Don't worry. This will be the deciding match, you'll see.
I'm truly sorry, Agent Lang, but I simply can't allow her to escape me again. Very well, then. Agent Shina, shall we begin?
I'm ready whenever you are.
Yeah, grass is a fireplace now, can we?
So then,
Use the rotating wall.
show me your answer with real evidence. Remember, we've already finished our very thorough investigation. And we found not a single suspicious thing in Mr. Cochin's office. Present. Okay. If you didn't find anything suspicious, then where was this?
You didn't find anything suspicious at all? I highly doubt that.
But I didn't. You can even ask the other men.
I don't need to. For what I found, you should have a while ago.
Excuse me?
In Mr. Cochin's office, there were signs of someone had burned the counterfeit bills there.
What in the...
Ay-ya!
That evidence was something you found through that girl's machine, right? So what if it was? Ah, that's what I thought. But unfortunately for you, a recreation made by the machine is hardly concrete proof. Among the ashes you found in the room, did you happen to find any counterfeit bills?
No.
You see, there was nothing in that office
nothing you can call evidence anyway. Speaking of things that you Interpol agents have missed, I did find one more. Your pompous attitude is unnecessary. All I require is the evidence. Very well. I'll show her the hidden piece of evidence her and her fellow Interpol agents missed.
Take that!
I'd like for you to take a look at the length of the wire. What exactly is that supposed to mean? A length of wire? So what about it? I'll tell you what. We found this in the Babyliss embassy not long ago. What? And we found it inside the grandfather clock of Mr. Cochin's office. You found that at the scene of Mr. Cochin's murder? So, I think you'll agree now that I cannot trust you when you say that Interpol has thoroughly checked every room. And this throws doubt that the purity of your investigation into the Adagrasu. You still suspect me, I see. Alright then, I'll ask you to point out what part of my investigation is incomplete. The other Interpol agents worked under the command of Agent Shina. And it's not possible for the reason the person K was chasing to choose the third floor. Was it because that person knew that no one other agents were on that floor? Furthermore, we've come to see that Agent Shina was only pretending to be investigating the Adagrasu to point of arresting K. In that case, there is one location that no one has yet to inspect. Your investigation team was incomplete because they failed to inspect this location. Would it be her room?
Take that!
The location of Agent Shina is, of course, the room you claim to have examined. I believe the room next to Mr. Cochin's office warrants a thorough inspection. Even if you do that, I doubt you'll find anything of use in there. I'll be the one to decide that. Detective Gumshoe.
Yes, sure, I am on it. I'll be right back after I check it out.
That room next to the office.
Hey, Mr. Edgeworth. Do you really think that Miss Shina is the Adagrasu?
Yes, if my logic is sound, I believe she is.
Then I'm not going to let her get away with ruining the name of the Adagrasu.
But can you prove that she's the Adagrasu? Is the question.
That side by side they did? Yo.
If Detective Gumshoe can find what I'm hoping he will find, then I should be able to.
And just what are you hoping to find?
Let's just say this. I had Detective Gumshoe do a little experiment for me. An experiment. As if the detective has the brains for a high science. It wasn't mentally taxing. I had him use the same escape route, the Adagrasu. And did you find out by doing that? First, it's possible for the person to fit through the revolving wall door. Second, by going through there, his coat was covered in ash and Babyliss ink. Who cares what his coat was covered in? It's not worth that much anyway. Ah, but it really is worth us so little. I believe that it actually a quite meaningful result, the value of which I'm about to prove.
Mr. Edgeworth, I found some things that you really need to see, sir.
Oh? And so what are these things you found?
Some makeup, a coat, and a pair of shoes, sir. You found a coat? You hear that, Mr. Edgeworth? Maybe it's the one person I was chasing was wearing.
Yes, possibility does exist. Agent Sheena, what are these pieces of evidence not in that room when you were examining it?
Unfortunately for you, those aren't suspicious items of any sort. They all belong to me. They were getting in the way, so I stored them in that room. Ah. Thank you for bringing them to me. It saves me the trip. I may have to go back for them now.
Hold it!
These items that the detective brought back are incredibly significant. I request that they be allowed to examine them.
They're my personal belongings, so you have no right to touch them without my permission.
Objection!
I wish to examine them for the sake of the investigation. But if you wish to deny me access to them, then Agent Lang, let us hear your opinion on this. I say let them look at your stuff, Sheena.
Lang,
Sheena, let's put this all in the open. If you're really innocent, then you have nothing to worry about, right?
I guess so. Although, go ahead and examine whatever you'd like. After all, I have nothing to hide.
Good. Now let us begin. So which of Sheena's belongings are we going to examine, sir?
Oh no. So which of Agent Sheena's belongings are we going to examine, sir?
Coat. Let us examine the coat.
Yes, sure.
It appears to be managed to stain your coat rather badly. Agent Sheena. The Adagrassus key Kay saw was wearing a coat. And I'm beginning to wonder if this stain wasn't created when you went through the fireplace.
No, you have it wrong. That soot's probably got on my coat when I was helping the police put out the fire.
And what about this dark substance at the hem of your coat?
Oh, I didn't realize the hem. It was so dirty. I'm sure some water mixed up in the soot from when I was helping the fire. I don't think so. You think you can get away with such a transparent lie? Yeah, don't lie to us, pal. This is the same pattern of dirt that got on my coat when I went through the fireplace.
Your words ring hollow in the absence of evidence, you know. So useless I can prove that the dirt in my coat is from some fireplace. Which I can.
How?
You did a great job, Detective Gumshoe.
Huh? Me, sure? What did I do?
This coat. This is exactly the piece of evidence I was searching for. I had been hoping to find that coat that person K saw was wearing. Thanks to you, we proved that going through the fireplace would sully a coat.
I don't quite get what you're saying, but I'm happy for the praise, sure.
All that remains is for us to show what a darker substance on the coat hem is.
Oh, and you think you can do that?
Of course I can. Let's burn it. This is the dark substance sullied the hem of this coat.
It would be the ink the man spilled.
Take that!
Babyliss ink.
Yes, this is what will prove the coat went through that fireplace. According to the Ambassador Pataneo, he burned some files in the fireplace this morning. You told us about that already, so I don't really see the point in mentioning that again. My point is that he spilled some ink into the back wall of the fireplace at that time. if the dark substance on his coat, if the dark substance on this coat turns out to be Baba's ink, it would prove that this coat went through the revolving fireplace wall. Whack. Sorry, I have chipped one of your wings, Yanagrasu. But we're not the ones finished yet. We have no way of proving whether or not this Babyliss ink is on the coat hem. Oh, but I do. I intend to show you that this ink, that is the ink in a few seconds. How? How, you ask? Well, since you don't seem to know, allow me to show you. This is how I approve the dark substance on the coat is Babyliss ink. Touch the coat. Wear the coat. Burn the coat. Well, we already know it burns green, so let's burn it. We can find out whether this is Babyliss ink or not by lighting it on fire. That's how we're going to prove it's Babyliss ink. Yes. If you could please cut a section of that dark stained area for me, I'd appreciate it. Because it will show you, here and now, what a dark substance is. Sheena, I am sorry to do this, but I'm going to have to cut a bit off of your coat. Go ahead. I wasn't planning on wearing it anymore anyway. Now then, if someone could loan me a lighter or something.
Oh, I've got some matches. I always carry them with me so I can light a smoke bombs.
Then if I could please have one, Kay. We can get this experiment underway. The flame. It's the exact same color as the flames of the wick crystal oil produces, which means Babyliss ink is the product of wick crystal oil. When lit, the ink produces a green flame. I believe the time has come to clip the Yanagrasu's other wing.
Nishina, you're the fake Yanagrasu. The one who killed my father.
It's about time you came clean, Agent Sheena, or should I say, Callisto you. Hey, Mr. Prosecutor, you're not serious, are you? Do I look like I am joking type to you?
Callisto you. I never heard that name before in my life.
That matter of speaking, and the attitude, you haven't changed a bit in 7 years.
You're the defense attorney that killed Mr. Faraday and tried to frame me for it. Oh, really? And do you have proof? You insist on that I am Callisto you, woman, but you can't prove it. But if you have no proof, then I'm afraid you won't be able to lay a single finger on me.
The raven is a very unique bird, the one who flies by the darkness of night. However, the light of dawn has just arrived, or has arrived, and I will reveal your true, ugly form to the world.
Enough poetry. I want to see some evidence.
Do you really have something that can prove that she's Callisto you? I do. It is something that the second Yanagrasu has preserved for us all these last 7 years.
Do me the honor, Mr. Edgeworth.
I will, Kay. For we have finally come to the end. We will prove that Callisto you with this and clip this Yanagrasu's wings for good.
Take that!
This perfume, this will prove that Callisto you.
It will.
Kay has preserved it perfectly for us. Surely you remember this bottle. It belonged to Miss Yu just before she disappeared 7 years ago. Naturally, this means that a few of her fingerprints are on here as well.
This bottle of perfume you spilled, which you have preserved ever since. I've heard it from my father, Byron Faraday. that if you store it under the right conditions, a fingerprint can be preserved for decades. Which means that these fingerprints are still on here, every last one. We can clear everything up with the compare the prints on this to your own. Now, come, Agent Sheena. Will you submit yourself to a fingerprint test? Aha.
I'm evil now.
It looks like you've seen right through me yet again. You're sending the biggest chill down my spine, Edgeworth.
Callisto, you.
So you've shown your true face at last.
This feeling of a thrill, even greater than that time 7 years ago.
Sheena, you're...
Lang, you really enjoyed our days together.
You're an insanely strong, nice, kind-hearted idiot of a man.
So you were a spy all along. A mole smit by a smuggling ring I've been chasing after. Someone who has been feeding them intel on Interpol all this time.
Aha, very good. Maybe you're not such a big of an idiot as I thought. Callisto, you, the woman who killed my father 7 years ago. You're her, aren't you? The fake Yatagrasu. That's right. Callisto, you. That's just one of my many names. But even that is just a facade. A facecade. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I am the great thief Yatagrasu. Wait.
Callisto, you. This is time you won't escape. For this is the end of the road for you. Now come along quietly. You know, you're the one who left the strongest impression on me.
Or, you know, you're the one who left the strongest impression on me, K. Faraday. You had not used the Yatagrasu's gadgets, I might have never known who you were. But here you are, being a thorn in my side, just like your father always was.
Kay, don't.
You'll never forgive you for what you did to my father. You really are just like him. Mr. Faraday, too, possessed a laughable honesty.
Bam! Kay.
You let Kay go right now, pal.
You despicable.
Let go of me, you filthy. You think I'm a fake, don't you? Well, fortunately for you, I'm the real Yatagrasu. But that's impossible. My father was the one who created the little thief. Hey, Edgeworth. The Yatagrasu has 3 legs. Do you want to know why that is?
Why it has 3 legs?
There are 3 reasons the Yatagrasu will always be one step ahead. First,
Yatagrasu
always knows the exact location of the target object. Second, Yatagrasu always knows exactly how to disarm the security system.
No, it can't be.
Did you finally figure it out? Do you finally know the real identity of the Yatagrasu?
The real identity of the Yatagrasu is...
neither person?
The real identity of the Yatagrasu is neither Byron Faraday nor Callisto Yu. By the same token,
They are both the real Yatagrasu. Ha! Very perceptive of you.
No way.
The single person known as the Great Thief Yatagrasu never existed.
Mr. Edgeworth. No, I refuse to believe this.
The Yatagrasu is known to have 3 special skills. Skill number 1. The Yatagrasu always knows the exact location of the target object. And a lawyer who would have the opportunity to learn the layout of the client's corporations.
Skill number 2.
The Yatagrasu always knows exactly how to disarm the security system. And a good prosecutor will be well versed in the ways of a criminal. And skill number 3. The Yatagrasu doesn't leave a single shred of evidence behind, ever. Detective Bad. It was only natural for the Yatagrasu to never leave evidence behind, because the lead detective on the case hid it all away. You're the 3rd member of the Yatagrasu. You. I've been looking for you for a long time, 7 long years, but I finally got you. Why, Mr. Bad, long time no see. What happened to us? We used to be such a great team. If you were such a great team, then why did you kill my father 7 years ago? Why indeed? It was nothing personal, really. He was just another person I had to kill.
How can you say that?
I grow weary of this. It's about time for everything to come to an end. And this time, I won't miss. Stop. You. K. Or K. K. It's over, Sheena.
Your leg.
He actually took the did he take the shot from her or Bad? Agent Lang. You idiot. What were you thinking jumping in front of my gun like that? Oh, so Bad shot him. Okay. Why are you risking your life for? I'm sorry, Detective Bad, but no matter what sort of past she may have had, or even if she's a spy, doesn't change the fact that she's my subordinate. As long as she is, I cannot allow her to harm her, not to even from you. You really are an idiot. You know that? Ha! That's fine with me. You should know by now that this is just how I am. Hey, sis.
Yes.
I want you to conduct a full body search on Sheena. Might have another weapon on her. I feel like there should have been a she there, but whatever. All right. Detective Gumshoe, your assistance, please.
Sir.
Just like 50 guns.
Where the hell did you keep all these? Hey, I found something. What is this, sir? It looks like the blade knife, but it doesn't have a handle.
This is a great find, Detective.
Huh? Is it, sir?
Let's try pairing the blade with this handle.
Take that!
I believe this blade actually belongs to the handle that was used on the murder weapon.
Hey, they fit together perfectly.
This blade must have been taken from the crime scene when the knife handles were switched.
I'm going to return this Babyliss knife now.
All right.
I trust you'll make it sure it was returned to the Ambassador Paladeo. I believe this makes perfectly clear who did it. Callisto, you. For the only time the handles could have switched is just after Mr. Cochin's murder. Aha. Which means that you must be Mr. Cochin's killer. You killed Mr. Cochin with the adolescent knife. Switch the handles when you took the original blade from the Babyliss knife with you. Later, allowed yourself to be spotted by Kay near the open air stage. You used the fireplace to lose her. Then you went to the back to accuse her of murder. Does this about sum it up? Aha. You craft an engaging tale, Mr. Edgeworth. But these are two problems with... Problems? In what respect? What do you think my real reason was allowing her to chase after me? It was so I could capture Kay Faraday. What? When I saw that you were using the device at the Gatewater land, I knew right away that you were Byron Faraday's daughter. Aha. I became curious, so I researched a little into your background. That's how I found out that you were on the trail of the Yatagrasu. So that's why you tried to pin it on So that's why you tried to pin Mr. Cochin's murder on me. Yes, I knew you would show up to the embassy tonight. So I thought to use you, but pinning the murder on you wasn't my only goal. You had another? Yes, since you were under arrest, I had planned to search you and take back the evidence rightfully belonged to me, the true Yatagrasu. You were going to take the little thief away from me? 7 years ago, thanks to that device, Faraday was able to infiltrate this place. But he stole more than he should have. I had a tough time recovering that precious key. And the person who stole the Yatagrasu's key was Mr. Faraday. You, that incident 7 years ago, was that the catalyst behind it? In the eyes of the smuggling ring, the Yatagrasu was becoming a bit of a problem. It was an especially pleasant excitement. Then why? Why did you become a member of the Yatagrasu? Why? There is no why. Only destined to betray everyone from the very beginning. From the beginning? What is that supposed to mean? The person I take orders from hasn't changed, even now, to this day. Does this mean that the leader of the smuggling ring wasn't Mr. Cochin? Then the real ringleader is out there still pulling the strings. Are you done asking what you need to know? Because if so, we should probably get going. And you're going to tell me everything you did tonight. Do you understand, Sheena? I guess I should tell you then that I was the one who set the Babyliss embassy on fire. Why did you do that? It was supposed to destroy all the evidence of the counterfeit bills. That wasn't the smuggling ring was trying to do. But then why start the two fires? Sorry, but I can't tell you anything about the ring. It's your job to complete your investigation after all. I've had my fun. Now it's your turn to enjoy the ride. Wait. You mean Miss Sheena? Yes. When I fell onto the floor earlier, these were at my feet. What about them?
They're such pretty hair sticks. I thought, well, I should return them to you. Huh, you can have them. They're no use to me anymore. If you don't want them, you can always just throw them away. No, I want to keep them. Aha, suit yourself. Oh, that's right. I almost forgot. Mr. Edgeworth. Or Edgeworth. About the second problem I had with your story. I didn't kill anyone tonight. What? I'm not saying that I'm a sore loser. Think of it as a hint, if you will.
Mr. Prosecutor. Yes, Agent Lag. Mark my words, I'm not done here. I'll be back.
And it's got nothing to do with duty or anything, because this has become my personal case. I may have been shot, but I'll show you how dangerous a wounded wolf can be. His anger appears to be negating the sensation of pain in his injured leg. That's so weird. They probably should have animated her like being arrested or whatever, or his whole or something. It just looked odd.
It's finally over, Kay.
I feel like I peered into their little heart, you know, and it's cold and dark and incredibly lonely.
The person who was giving her all these commands.
The one who thought my father was a problem to be removed.
That person is the real ringleader behind the smuggling ring.
Mr. Edgeworth, I have a favor to ask. Can you hold on these hair sticks for me? They're really pretty, just the ones they were selling for the Jam and Ninja show. But until this case is over, I don't think I can look at them without being overcome.
I understand. I'll take good care of them for you.
There's a bit of store stuff on the end of these sticks. Oh, I guess there's time already, huh?
So it's midnight, the dawn of another day.
Hey, Pops, thanks a bunch. You've really done a lot for everyone all these years.
Detective Bad, don't tell me today. Don't tell me today is the day.
Yeah, it is.
With this, I can retire in peace. It was down to the wire and almost didn't make it. But we did it. We solved everything. But that's just it. We haven't solved everything yet. The ringleader of the smuggling ring, you, the Yatagrasu, we're chasing after. The legend of the Yatagrasu is now over. Mr. Edgeworth, that's a bit of logic earlier. It was brilliant. I feel like I can leave it all in your hands. I'm counting on you.
Is it really true, Uncle Bad? Were you also a part of the Yatagrasu?
As I said to you earlier, Kay, I am truly sorry. I wanted nothing but a peaceful life for you.
Uncle Bad. Hey, don't take it so seriously. It's all just one big joke, right?
Unfortunately, it isn't.
Oh, come on, sir. She's just yanking my chain. Isn't she, Mr. Edgeworth?
Detective Bad. Wait, no. You're no longer a detective. Mr. Bad. I'd like to ask you about the Yatagrasu.
Not you too, Mr. Edgeworth.
Mr. Edgeworth. Here, I should give these back to you. These are the pages from my KG8 case files that Yatagrasu stole from my office.
Huh? Wait, what?
Mr. Edgeworth, I must apologize for last night.
So that was him. Okay.
So the Yatagrasu who stole into my room was you, was it?
Wait, then that means what? Tell me it's not true. That's too insane for me to believe, sir.
It's true, even if it's not something you want to hear. The KG8 incident was a very emotionally trying case. We stood in that courtroom, Faraday as the prosecutor, and I was the lead detective. Faraday had evidence in his possession that would have proved the defendant guilty. However, because it was stolen, the defendant was found innocent. You was the elder sister of the victim in the case. When the defendant was pronounced not guilty, she let out a great wail. That's when we realized there was no limit to what the law could do. The only way to bring someone like that to justice was to do it outside the courts. That's what we thought at the time. That's how we formed the Yatagrasu and vowed to bring the light to any dirty dealings companies had with the ring. And companies that dealt with the Amano Group, Mr. Amano's conglomerate, Mr. Amano's conglomerate, I can't do it. Mr. Amano's conglomerate. We've also called ourselves the Yatagrasu and flexed our collective muscle. We exposed all sort of shady dealings as a warning to the business world as a whole. By doing that, we were able to stop the higher-ups from covering things up. And then it was finally time. We had finally arrived at the moment when we'd find out the ringleader's true identity. And it was then that you literally stabbed us in the heart, and Faraday died for it.
But why? Wasn't she the sister of the victim who was in the KG8 incident?
After Faraday's death, I looked into her past. And that's when I found out that she was a phony. The victim of the KG8 incident, CCU, she never had a sister. What? Then that means Sheena wasn't the only fake name she used. Callisto U was also another pseudonym. From the very beginning, that woman was a spy sent by the smuggling ring. She said it herself. I was destined to betray everyone from the very beginning. Anyway, let's return to the real topic at hand. Mr. Edgeworth, this trump card that we stuck into this page of the case file, please use it wisely. Trump card. That photo we stuck in there, try peeling it off. Behind it summers a piece of evidence that Faraday hid away all those years ago. It's the mark of the Yatagrasu, but why? This is a directives card from the big boss. Take a look at the back. This was something Cochin had on him at the time of the KG incident 10 years ago. The blood from the victim of the innocent CCU. But why is this card adorned with the mark of the Yatagrasu? The reason why we called ourselves the Yatagrasu wasn't because of the three-legged raven mark that the smuggling ring's boss used. Apparently, orders from the boss would come on these cards without fail. The person who received the order was supposed to burn them immediately after reading it. Apparently, it burns bright green flame when ablaze. So it's made with the ink, okay. So you mean these cars were written by the Babyliss Inc.? The fact that that car that Cochin sent it was into Faraday's hands at all is nothing short of a miracle. We decided that whenever we stole anything, we sent a card along with it to the police. So that's why those white cards are. The great thief that used the mark, the only those within the ring would know. It was our message to the ringleader that we were only a few steps behind. One more thing, Detective Gumshoe. I've been entrusting this to you. What is this, sir? This is what I was talking about earlier. During the KG8 incident trial, Faraday had this on his possession. This is important, definitive piece of evidence. I thought it was stolen. How did you have it? The person who stole it from us 10 years ago was a man by the name of Ernest Amano. And he had it locked and hidden away for all this time. But we forced him to tell us where it was finally after the other day's kidnapping case. This video. Why don't you come any closer? I'm warning you. This is the same video that Mr. Postman was trying to conceal from me. Yes, it would seem that even he was caught up in the ring's web. Amano was preparing to take on the boss someday. And that video was his insurance. That's where the prosecutor comes in. He was to retrieve the video. On top of that, he was apparently instructed to sneak into your office and steal the trump card. You saw for yourself, right? A card told him to preserve the evidence. Then that card was not the calling card of the Anagrasu, but rather the directives card from the ringleader to Mr. Portsman. The two pieces together make a strong weapon for whoever holds them. The evidence Mr. Portman sought to withhold from me, and the one you stole from my office last night. Both pieces are legal, and for me to use either one is, whether you use them or not, is up to you. But they will be a help to you when you take on someone who is above the law. Is the boss one of those who cannot be brought to a court Mr. Faraday spoke of? Detective Bad. There is no limit to the law for the people who determine the limits out to them. You still insist on that even now. You really are something else. I leave the rest of you in your hands. Now then, Detective Gumshoe, the handcuffs. It's time to lock up the last remaining member of the Anagrasu. Pops, don't ever lose your detective spirit. Pops, why is this happening? Oh man, Pops, why is this happening? This isn't justice. Like I always told you, don't get too emotionally involved. Now let's go. Yes, sir. So Bad offers himself up for arrest. Okay. Huh. Is this really the end of the legend? To be continued. To be continued. To be continued.
March 15th, 1207.
So now we know who the aggressor really was.
And yet, these remains much to this case needs to be resolved. Like how the weapon is crossed country lines, for example.
Two countries have incredibly strict security systems and entry procedures.
Sort of a miracle that impossible for someone to have smuggled them in.
Smuggling them in, huh? We would need to open a new line of investigation just this expert alone. But before we do, I would like to go through my evidence once more. Unnecessary evidence has been removed, remaining evidence has been rearranged.
Hey, there's a VCR here, sir. Now we can see what's on the tape Detective Bad gave us.
This piece of evidence from a KJ incident hidden from Site 10 in long years. I just know it's related to the current case somehow.
Detective Gumshoe, if you could please play the tape for us. Sure thing, sir.
This man is Manny Cochin, and he's holding a knife in his hand. This looks like footage from a security camera at the, this looks like footage from a security camera at the entrance of the apartment building. An apartment building? How do you figure that?
Unlike you, I actually read a summary on the file of the KJ incident. The crime scene, the victim's own apartment.
So this footage was shot at the entrance of the victim's own apartment building.
At the trial, Mr. Faraday claimed that the piece of evidence footage existed.
However, no one could find it.
Yes, someone was able to steal it and hide it through Mr. Ernest Armano.
I could see this would have been a definitive piece of why someone would want to hide it.
But it's a piece of evidence from 10-year-old Case. There's no way it's related to this case we're working on now, sure.
Actually, I believe it has everything to do with this case we're working on now.
The ringleader even went as far as use Mr. Portsman to retrieve it. Which means that this video lies very inconveniently a bit of footage to the ringleader. Where?
Yeah, wait. What was that?
Huh?
The bit you just played now. Please show me it again. This car. There is something we cannot overlook.
Why is that, sir?
Look here, Detective Gumshoe.
Be the flag? Or should I... Manny? Is there anyone else? Oh, there is somebody. Who's driving? Where's the driver? I kind of want to see the flag.
Take that!
This is the national flag of the Principality of Cotapia. And because it was a national flag on it, we know that this was an official government car. But the question is, we should be asking ourselves is, what was the government car doing there?
Ah, Miss Von Karma and Mr. Edgeworth. So you're here all this time.
Ambassador Alba.
Thank you very much for continuing the investigation even at this time of night. Even if there is a tiny bit more careful. This tragedy would never happen. I'm truly sorry.
This wasn't your fault, sir. This has nothing to do with how careful you were.
You idiot, Quesius. You couldn't chase after a simple thief. Now then, let's get down to the reason why I came looking for you two. I would like you to put the investigation on hold for a while. Can you do that?
Excuse me.
I've heard you apprehended the thief and turned this embassy upside down. And we are in the middle of an event celebrating our country's reconciliation. I can't exactly have the police and detectives walking around here forever. You're scaring the visitors away, so I hope that you could understand how I feel.
Yeah. Well, we must finish our investigation and resolve this remaining issues.
Why don't you leave the rest to the Albus and police?
Ambassador, we are so close. Just a little.
Miss Van Kalma, I'm afraid I've made up my mind. Without my permission, you can't proceed with the investigation anyway, right?
That's true, however. As you say at the very beginning, this area can be considered the adolescent soil, which in this case were nothing but foreigners in their hand. Is this really where our investigation ends?
Shifu, we found Mr. Edgeworth, sir.
Shifu, this way. Wait, how did he get over there? How did he get over there? Wait a second. Wait, just 1 minute. He went down. He didn't go that way. He went down. What is going on here? How'd he get over there? Yo.
Agent Lang, you're back on the scene rather quickly. If I laid back and took a break, I'd lose the scent of my prey, Mr. Prosecutor.
Agent Lang, why have you returned?
Because I have to solve this case, no matter what.
Well, I'm sorry to inform you. And don't take this wrong way. I don't suspect you personally. However, a member of Interpol was just found to be a thief, and so... Under these circumstances, I wish to put your investigation on hold. After all, I believe our own police can handle things from here. They are quite capable.
At this rate, our investigation will come to a close. Ambassador Alba, I get it now. I really do.
Oh, very glad you understand how I feel.
No, not that. What I was talking about is... I know who the killer behind this tonight's murder. You.
No?
There.
Killer.
Do you really mean that, Agent Lang?
Wolves don't lie.
Then who is it?
Well, let me first say that I'm not talking about Mr. Cochin's murder. That was Shi-Na. Langzi says, the truth lies not in the exit, but rather shines outside the maze itself. The truth is unexpectedly simple. So let me ask you this. Who do you think was Dimas 2's killer? I'll tell you who. It was you, Franziska von Karma. I was the killer.
Hey, wait, but that's impossible. Yeah, she's the main protag, you know? She doesn't kill. Although, that whip is actually quite... Yow!
Hold your tongue. This ludicrous remark you are about to make. Agent Lang, are you seriously accusing her of murder?
Yeah, I am.
He doesn't appear to be joking. Hey sis, remember I remember that just before the Ambassador Alba gave his speech. He called you into his office, right?
Yes, he did.
What does that have to do with it? Anything. I'm getting to that. Furthermore, in order to solve both cases, you moved around rather freely between Abeles and Babel, did you not? And where's your evidence that I'm the killer? So I was just getting to that. Trust me, I'll show you them in due time. Ambassador Alba, in order for me to bring this case to a close, I'll need to inspect your office one more time. Will you grant me permission? No, go home. I want you not to figure things out. With things as they are, I suppose I don't have much of a choice, do I? Good. Let's move out. Oh, and don't even think about running away, sis. My pack will be keeping a close eye on you. You can bet your bottom dollar on that. As I would have any reason to flee. But just so we're clear, your logic better be sound. Because I'll accept nothing as sort of a perfect explanation.
Franziska, you know you didn't do it. What the hell? Why would you be like, you need to... It's like you're implicating yourself. Stop it. Stop it.
She seems rather upset. Not that I blame her. I expected that you would accept no less. But we'll show you how long you can keep that nose of yours stuck up in the air like that.
Hold it!
Agent Lang, as someone related to tonight's case, I request that you allow me to take part. And so I may clean up my superior's mess. I guess I should. The more the merrier, especially when it's the peanut gallery.
Oh, in that case, I want to join in too. I still haven't seen what it looks like in the Abeles yet. If you let Kay in, then you gotta let me in too, pal. I can't just sit around and do nothing. Miss Von Karma is in trouble. Hey, Gummy, let's have a competition to see who can save her first. Okay, I'll take you on that. Oh yeah, I'm really fired up, raring to go.
As a detective, I don't believe this is something you're supposed to be excited over. That sounds like it's going to be a real interesting. Ambassador Alba, I'll be bringing these kids along for the ride. Hold on. Hold on. How old is Agent Lang? Oops. Where's Agent Lang? There you are. 27. I don't have Edgeworth on it. Oh, well, how old is Edgeworth right now? I don't know. Gumshoe is 32. Kay is... I guess you could call her a kid, but she's really a teenager. Karma's only a couple years older than Kay. Okay.
Very well. But I'd like you to keep in mind that this will be your last chance. I'll have the whole mess cleaned up before you know it. Now let's go.
Oh, will you, sir?
Okay, now let's first go over the facts one more time. Manny Cochin's body was over in the Secretariat's office in Babal. The weapon that took his life was one of Abeles ornamental knives. Then the body of Damas II, Mr. Kashino, or now? I'm not sure how O and U would be, but was found here in Abester's office. Although our investigation found that the murder weapon was this Premiduc statue. And that was actually Babal's statue. This case, no matter how I look at it, sis, if it wasn't you, there is no one else who could have pulled this off.
Objection!
Agent Lang, do you understand the full implications of what you're saying? Of course I do, sis, and I'm serious. You were on the trail of the smuggling ring, and you wanted any evidence you could find. So while people were still distracted by the Yadagrassu's appearance, you stuck in here. That's when you two ran into each other. You and that other thief who took advantage of the confusion from the fire.
Objection!
Even if that were all true, how could you explain the movement of my weapons? Or movement of the weapons? Don't worry, I plan to show that you're the culprit behind that too. You had permission to investigate both embassies at will. With that kind of free reign. Hey now. He tried to she tried to smack him. She was gonna interrupt him. Look, sis, I thought I already told you. Not messing around here. This isn't directly tied to the smuggling ring. But She-Na certainly is tied to the smuggling ring. He's right, he's saying that she's a member of the smuggling ring. However, the connection between this case and the ring could not be deeper than what any of us can imagine. Grr. Let's get this ridiculous circus over with already. Franziska, you need to calm down. Because you're the only the facts of the Abeles side of the case. I don't believe you can see the case the whole, and therefore solve it. What? What? But don't worry, I'm talking serious as well, and I'll prove your innocence. That's the only way to be, Mr. Prosecutor. But can you come up with anything that can top my hypothesis? Of course, your explanation has to solve the mystery of the moving weapons as well. Of course, and I will. Let us delve into the truth behind the murder of Damas II. You understood, don't you, Miles Edgeworth? This isn't a confrontation of the Agent Lang. If you can't figure out who the murder of Damas II is related to the smuggling ring, then it will mean the end of our investigation. As long as I have no good counterargument to this hypothesis, then the best I can do is walk the thin tightrope and see what I can do. Come on, Mr. Prosecutor, let's get started. Yes, let's. Alrighty. Oh, we're not going to investigate first. Okay. One of Abeles' knives was used in Babal to murder Mr. Cochin. And then the murder weapon killing Damas 2 is Babal's Primadux statue. Somehow these two objects are able to penetrate the two countries' impenetrable security. The only one who could traverse the two countries just before and after the crimes was you.
But when were they transferred though?
That's the real question. So as long as I can't explain how the weapons moved, Francisco will remain as a suspect. You got it, Mr. Prosecutor. So then why don't you stop giving me a hard time? Under these circumstances, who the heck can carry a weapon across the country lines? I've worked through every possibility, but there's only one that's plausible. Your boss. Agent Lang, what I've learned from you just now is that you've lost sight of yourself. What are you talking about? By focusing too intently on which is in front of us, we become blind to the truth. Don't tell me that Lang Zi never said anything about that effect. You, prosecutor, who do you think you are, speaking about Lang Zi's proverbs like that? I don't need his proverbs, because my words are all you will need to see the truth. So
These two objects penetrate the impenetrable security.
Agent Lang, those two items are not only the two that crossed the border tonight. Oh? Damas 2 was killed with Babal's Primadux statue, yes? But if that's the case, then tell me, where did the Abeles Primadux statue go? To Babal. Precisely. And if the two statues were really switched, then that means both statues were smuggled across the border at some point. Hello. Which means a total of 3 items were smuggled across the embassies.
Oh, okay. What happens after that? Is your stuff just sitting there?
Okay. Well, I guess you could pack them up and move it to the next one, I guess. Yeah.
Okay. I haven't bothered to set one up yet. I don't know why.
Probably because I had such an easy time to get it. That's probably why. I mean, I guess I could. I don't know. I do need some of the lower ones. Like, everything from, I think, Scarlet and up, I don't have a problem with. Gotcha. I guess if I went for a copper or tin, maybe iron, I'd be fine, but I don't know if I've seen any iron ones. I'm probably sure I did, I just don't remember. Now all the higher up ones, I definitely found quite a few of. I did find a copper in the desert though, which I thought was kind of funny. Like, why is this here? Oh, funny weird thing that I found out. If you fill a hole with water, any water, you have to go around the map and get the tile spaces again. It doesn't autofill them for you, which is weird. Yes. You could also put the water down and pick it back up immediately. It doesn't take the spot away. Jeez. Jeez. Yeah. Oh yeah. There's a lot of gold in the desert in the walls. I've picked up quite a few there. I think I got most of my glax. I think I might have 1400 glaxate too. It's a lot. I've been mining it quite a bit, running around the desert. Because I found the 3 temples. I went through them, got the thing in the middle. So I have the 3 little toys of the bosses. Now I'm trying to find the last one that's where you, I guess, use them. If it's even a temple for that. It might not even be a temple. I'm not even sure. Well, you're probably certainly past me in that regard then. Oh really? Wow. I thought he was done with it with that one video. Oh, okay. Okay. Night night. Which means the total of number total the which means that the total number total 3 in time or which means that the total of 3 items were smuggled across the embassies. I guess so. But you know what? It doesn't matter the number of items. It only that Sis is the only one who could have done it. Because the only person that went back and forth between the Abyss and Babal is her. Is that really true? Was there no one else who could travel between the 2 countries? Actually, there's definitely another person. One who paid a visit to both sides of the wall.
Objection!
Is that really so, Agent Lang? What a lousy time to try to bluff your way through this. I've checked out what the guards said, along with the security camera's footage. But you're not going to overturn my hypothesis that easily.
Objection!
But I suppose there was some other way through the theater doors. What other way? The other entity that managed to cross through the border unharmed. If I point out, it would open a whole new possibility. And though I hesitate to bring it out, as long as this entity exists, it's impossible. Broder becomes a possibility. It looks like I got some clever idea in mind. I can show you, though, a single piece of evidence. Fine, then. Let us see this piece of evidence that will show me this another route. This piece of evidence will show you another way to between the 2 countries. Would this be it?
Take that!
Agent Lang, I'm sure you're familiar with this unforgettable photo. That supernatural photo. Like I said before, humans can't fly. No, of course not. And I understand that perfectly well. And don't start claiming that Sheena somehow grew wings either. I wouldn't dream of claiming that. And I won't allow you to take back what you said either. I'll say it again, it's not humanly possible to fly through the air without wings. So I better have a good explanation of this, Mr. Prosecutor. Ugh. But how can I prove it? It was that flew through the air in the photo. Wait, not humanly possible. Eureka! Very well. You will have your explanation. It sounds like you have a good idea simmering inside that head of yours. Let's hear it. The face hidden within the photo's blurry trail of the shadow is...
Take that!
Naturally, the shadow is the 3rd smuggled object, the Prima Duck statue replica.
You can't be serious. The Adagrasu, or rather Callisto U, dressed as Agent Shina, was inside Babal. She dressed the replica in a statue in clothes and launched it through the air. Ha, Mr. Prosecutor. You left out a very crucial bit in your explanation. I know I did. She launched it through the air? Ha! How exactly did she do that? He's literally burying his fangs at me. But he has a point. How exactly did it move through the air like that? As long as this remains unsolved, we won't be able to get it or move any closer to the truth. Which reminds me, he didn't say this earlier. Hey sis, I remember that just before the Ambassador Alba went to give his speech. He called you into his office, right? So just before the murder, Francisco was called here. Right in this very room. If that's the case, then it may be another avenue I can pursue. Agent Lang, in order for me to answer that question, I would need to hear the testimony of Miss Von Karma. Oh? And what are you up to now, pretty boy? Earlier, you mentioned something of interest to me. You said just before the murder occurred, Miss Von Karma had been in this room because the Ambassador Alba called her. And for that reason alone, you believe her to be the killer. Yeah, I guess I did say something like that. In that case, I believe it's my duty to ask her what her side of the story is. Ha! Do you really think a criminal would tell us the honest truth? How dare you? As I said numerous times, there's absolutely no proof that I'm the killer. Miles Edgeworth, don't tell me you suspect me too. I don't. However, I can't ignore the fact that you were in this room at one point in time. Which is why I would like to hear it from you. Yeah. Francisca, I feel I still don't have enough information. Which is why your testimony is incredibly important to the outcome of this case. Alright. So what would you like me to talk about? I would like you to please testify the moments up to the point you came into this room. Alright, let's try this way for a change. But she has to, but what she says it turns out to be a waste of time. I'll place her on the rest so faster than you can say, you can howl no. Or no. As you wish. As I said earlier, I was assigned to guard duty in the Abelessian embassy. After I saw the Steel Samurai off his way towards the ambassador's office, I returned to the Rose Garden for a bit and checked up on the security situation. After all the preparations were in place, I was called back to the ambassador Alba's office. Francisca, I want you to make us clear from the very beginning. Oh, god damn it. So what I wish to confirm that the only time span in which you were in his office was before the murder occurred, is this correct? Yes, of course. I see. For now, the only way that I can see for us is to break out of this situation. Is to ask Francisca about her testimony in more detail.
Return to a bit checked. Security situation. After all the preparations were in place, I was called back to the mayor's office.
Hold it!
At that time, the Mass 2 body was yet to be found in this room, is that correct? That's right. But Ambassador Alba was here.
One could hardly miss his rather large presence. Would a criminal say anything to get out of getting arrested? How do we know that you're not lying? Well, if you need proof, I'd be happy to oblige you.
Seriously?
I keep telling you. When I arrived at this office, Ambassador Alba was already here. He was standing by the flower box on the windowsill, watering his plants. I can attest to that. I remember speaking with the lovely lady around that time here in my office.
All right then, add that to your testimony, and let's hear some details.
So Ambassador Alba was in this room at the time, was he? When I arrived, Ambassador Alba was watering the flowers in the windowsill.
Hold it!
For the sake of being thorough, I would like to ask you something. How did you know that Ambassador Alba was watering the plants in the windowsill? What do you mean by that? The entrance to his room on this side is, however, the window is on the opposite side. What you say is true. When you entered his room, his body would have been like a wall. He would have been blocking the view of what he was doing. Isn't that not correct? I suppose it was a bit hard to see around him. But unfortunately for me, Ambassador Alba is not an immovable wall. I knocked before I entered. As I did, he turned around to greet me, with a watering can in his hand. So it's only natural to believe that he was watering his plants, right? I suppose. After his greeting, we spent a little time talking about his flowers. He obtained them himself, and then growing them with utmost care, you know. Yes. The plants in this room, they were all like my children. The passion flowers in the flower box on the windowsills are growing beautifully too. All 4 of them are in full bloom. Miss Von Karma, what did you just say now? I said the flowers are growing beautifully. What about that statement do you not understand? What do I not understand? I don't understand why there's a certain thing in its way. I would like you to append that statement in your testimony. Isn't there only 2 in there? I can't look at it bigger. There's only 2. Huh. Very well. There are 4 large passion flowers in bloom in the flower box. There's only 2, you fool! Franziska. For some odd reason, your testimony contradicts with this piece of evidence. It does appear that way. Ha! I knew it. I knew you couldn't trust your words, sis.
Mr. Edgeworth, what are you doing discrediting Miss Von Karma like this?
Yeah, sure.
If you keep this up, she's going to be taken away, sure.
Eek! All I've done was state what I saw. I have not made a single mistake in my testimony. And for this, I'm still under suspicion for murder. If the number of flowers is really what is important to this juncture, Miles. At the very least, this contradiction into the enigmatic case. One that finds hard to dismiss as irrelevant. Ha! Then let's hear it, Mr. Prosecutor. What does the number of flowers have to do with anything? What does it prove? I believe the answer to that question will be clear if we examine that flower box. How did this contradiction come about? There must be something behind this discrepancy. They're my beloved flowers. I've grown them with the utmost care. So I ask you, please be gentle with them as you examine them, Mr. Edgeworth.
I understand.
What are the two holes, though? Or is that where the sticks were? Oh, shit. Huh.
Hey, look at this, Mr. Edgeworth. There's dirt on here. It's totally ruining the beauty of the hair stick.
I suppose.
Why is there dirt on the stick at the end of this? Why is there dirt stuck on the end of the stick in the first place?
I don't know, but...
The name of these flowers, I believe they're called passion flowers. Despite being called flowers, they're actually a species of vine. Apparently they are growing well, and they are well supported by these plant supports. Yeah, no matter how you look at it, it looks like there are only two here to me. You realize this, don't you, sis? Your little lie has failed you. Miles Edgeworth, hurry up and shut this man up for me already. I suppose I will need some evidence to shut him up, won't I? I believe I have just a piece of evidence you require. Oh, you do you? You have such confidence in the face of your current plight. But I highly doubt this will last until the end. You'll howl like a wolf, Agent Lang. But we'll see if you have any bite to back up that bark after you see the evidence. The true passion flowers revealed can be seen in this piece of evidence.
Take that!
Sheena, who is supposedly be in Babal's entire time, had these hair sticks on her. Take a look. They look exactly like the supports in these flower box. In other words, I believe they can be said that these hair sticks are, in actuality, the support sticks for the passion flowers. And so what? Is this really that important to the case? Of course it is. It means it's found yet another item that was smuggled between the two countries tonight. Ayah! Think about it logically. Agent Lang, these sticks were originally in Avalest. But somehow they wound up in Sheena's hands, who was in Babal the whole night. To make no mistake, these sticks were smuggled somehow, just like that knife and statue. Very well then. I want to hear exactly how they wound up in the Babal. How did these support sticks find their way to Babal and why? There must be some reason as to why they ended up there. Ah, so that's why. Agent Lang, if you please take a look at this and tell me its shape. Just another stick, isn't it? And so it is. But the shape of the support sticks is what is important.
For when they are used, there is something in this room. And when it all comes into focus. And the object completes the picture when used with support sticks is. Ooh, oh. Would it be the arrows?
Eureka!
That crossbow, wait. You're not really suggesting. I am. These hair sticks are rather plant support sticks. They make for perfect arrows. Ay-yah. I've done it. I've done it. I found the common thread that connects the two offices. But this thread has yet to completely untangle. Even using arrows, how does this explain how the statues were transported? Furthermore, who could have been, or who fired these sticks as arrows? There must be a common thread that ties all of these things together. Mr. Prosecutor, hold up a sec. You do realize what happens when you tie a statue to an arrow, right? They don't fly at all. So Baba's statue was draped in the aggressor's clothes, then shot over here. Even if you fired the arrows from the side, they wouldn't go that far with the statue tied to them. I don't think you need to tell you that the Prima Duck statues didn't spout rings. You're a realist after all, aren't you? The Prima Duck statues didn't sprout wings. Of course they didn't. Glad you understand. I feel much better already. I was afraid for a second that you were unaware of the crucial fact. It's only crucial because you're under the belief that the wings are necessary to this equation. What? You need to free your mind a bit more. Let it fly like a bird on the wind. The Prima Duck statues flew, but not on a wing. Allow me a bit of your time, and I'll explain this mysterious phenomenon to you.
Hold it!
But that's incredible scene that just happened to be been caught on film, resulting in this photo. Ha! And what an incredible scene it was. This photo was taken by a freelance photojournalist, right? Yes, so I hear. And not every photojournalist is known to be honest, right? Especially not the ones that sell photos of spirits and giant creatures to the tabloids. Yes, I know. What do you mean? I've seen those sorts of photos in many times in court. But there have been times where those photos have turned out to be telling the truth. If you ever stood in court of law, you would know that it's entirely possible. Ha! You really believe that stuff spewing out right now. A courtroom is certainly a strange place, if what you say is true. But there's really something odd about that photo, no matter how you look at it. Even if you fired the arrows from this side, they wouldn't go far. Why am I reading that? But we're in agreement that an arrow by itself would reach the other side, correct? But just an arrow by itself is pretty meaningless, don't you think, Mr. Prosecutor? Because they wanted to smuggle, they were a lot bigger than nothing. No, that's necessarily true. What? What I need right now is no further discussion of my conclusions, is launching my conclusions. What was the shooting range and launch of the crossbow? It was not the statues themselves, but rather something a crossbow can launch would be used to move the statues. Mister, would it be this? Finally, we have reached this point in our discussion. For I present to you that which was carried by the arrow from the crossbow. I get it now, Mr. Prosecutor. I get exactly what you're trying to say. You're saying that the wire tied to an arrow and shot Mr. Cochin's office. All the way from the 5th floor of the Abbot's embassy. Down to the 3rd floor of the Balis embassy. And what you're claiming, what happened. I can see that the Abelis Primus statue would be moved. Gravity would be used to move the statue down from the wire from the 5th to the 3rd floor. But then, what about the Abelis Primus statue? The dark shadow of the foe is clearly flying away from a ball. Going in the opposite way of gravity, from the 3rd floor of the Balis embassy up to the 5th floor of the Abilene embassy. How can you explain that? Aha, I'm finally seeing how the gears behind the whole trick work. Agent Lang, the motion used behind this trick. I wonder if it would perhaps have yet to envision how it works in your head. Motion. What motion? This motion was completely employed by smuggling Babal's Primo statue. Alternative, swinging motion, bungee action. I believe it was done via rotary motion. If the two statues were transported simultaneously, get real. The statues would collide somewhere along the way. Did I ever say that there was only one line of wire between the two offices? If you shoot an arrow with two ends, the wire tied to its circular belt be formed. Langzy says don't object and call it success and beyond reasonability. Taking into account the tension between the two wires, the top one would snag too much to the point where the statue would collide anyway. Agent Lang, as you know, the Prima statue is one-of-a-kind trick national treasure. And the fact that Babal's statue is hollow replica of the real statue, it would naturally be lighter than the real one, meaning that my very idea is possible. Langzy says, how? Here's what I believe happened. Miss Yu and her mystery co-conspirator set themselves two different rooms. The co-conspirator bridged the rooms by shooting the two ends of the wire down one arrow. Then the two of them covered the statues, proceeded to transport the statues. After the switch, it was completely another arrow was fired, carrying another end of the wire down the ball, where it was disposed of. And do that, Miss Yu hid it inside the grandfather clock. QED. This proves right, Agent Lang. I am not the killer. Not yet, sis. I still haven't my dessert yet. Right, Mr. Prosecutor? The proof is in the pudding. As were. Pudding is a nice dessert. So do you think you can do it? Can you prove that what you said is what happened? Because remember, if you can't, then I'll be taking a certain someone back home with me as a souvenir. I agree, as long as there's no proof of my hypothesis, remains just that. However, what I've laid out is no mere hypothesis, for there's one more piece of evidence. One more? This should be interesting. You think you have a piece of evidence that will turn your hypothesis into fact? Well then, let's see it, Mr. Prosecutor. The thing that made it possible to create a circular belt out of a length of wire. I believe that is right here in this very room. Now then, I believe what made the circular belt transfer mission possible.
Take that!
Ha! Looks like you dropped another bomb on us again. The last piece of the trick are the two pulleys. Precisely. The ceiling fan is double as a pulley in this case. And thanks to the fact that one is installed in each office, the ceiling fans are made perfect pulley for the wire to run on. Ah! This must be it. This was how the smugglers bypassed the impenetrable security. You're really something else, Mr. Prosecutor. I bet you figured out already, haven't you? You already know who the big shot set up the real-life stage show is, don't you? The person who set this up is rather large and complex stage show. Needs to be someone who has the foreknowledge of the existence of the ceiling fan in both the Abernathy and Babalise offices. And that passion flower support stakes could be used as arrows. The real mastermind behind this case. Well, don't you dare make a wolf wait for his food. Why are you so hesitant, Miles Edgeworth? If you can't say who it is, why don't you present something like you always do? A single point of the finger here, and this case will explode with international incident. However, it's already too late for me to stop forward momentum. It appears that I have no choice now but to rush in. There's a piece of evidence that'll point out who this mysterious mastermind is.
Take that!
This smuggling could not have been possible without the use of the crossbow. Furthermore, the arrows that were shot by the crossbow were plucked as if it were from the flower box, this very room. They were planted long ago that the passion flowers had the time to grow so big that Miss Von Karma didn't even notice the hours when she visited the room today. On top of that, the fact that the culprit knew that both offices had ceiling fans tells us that the person has a very detailed information on the embassy's layout. So as many have already guessed, the person I am accusing of hatching this plan is a person who grew the flowers in the flower box with the utmost care. Thus, it can only be you, Corsius Alba. Are you out of your mind, Miles Edgeworth? I am certain of what I'm saying, and I'm sure that he is the culprit. Tell me, Mr. Prosecutor. What was the ambassador trying to accomplish by doing all this stuff you just outlined? Why in the world would he need to use a trick like that? I understand you need to doubt me. However, there is one thing that stands out to me as very odd. Just one thing, huh? The one single end result Ambassador Alba sought to obtain. If we were to examine the focus of this complex trick, I believe we would finally find the answer to everything. Everything will become clear once we examine this piece of evidence.
Take that!
I would finally understand the reasoning had the situation been the reverse. However, if you go through the trouble of swatching the real Prima Duck statue for the fake, I sense a very shady reason for such a bizarre action. And who better ask the reason than King Prima Duck himself? I see, Ambassador. We'll be examining that statue now, with or without your permission. This guy kind of looks like the Steel Samurai, don't you think? Maybe it's because they look alike that he was picked to be a Goodwill Ambassador. I suppose that's possible. Take a look around the base of his neck. It looks like a gap. Hey, you're right. Maybe it's meant to be some kind of secret. Perhaps it's possible to open a statue with this gap in its construction. What? Hurry up and open it, Miles. Alright, here goes. Wow, it really did open up. Hey, what's that thing that fell out? I believe it'd be more thorough examination of it is required. That $100 bill? What in the... is this? Hey, is this what I think it is? It's a plate for making counterfeit bills. Somehow it appears that we've long last arrived to the exit of this complex labyrinth. We finally hold it within our hands, one of the counterfeit money plates, and the reason why the replica was smuggled into Abeles to begin with. The Prima Duck statue can only be handled by the ambassador or the secretariat. And with the replica is nothing more than a hollow shell. And the replica is nothing more than a hollow shell covered in gold. These two circumstances make it the ideal object in which to hide the contraband. After receiving the statue, obtaining the counterfeit plates from Shina, Ambassador had the misfortune of accidentally running into Dimas 2. Surprised by the thief, the ambassador raised the replica statue at Dimas 2 and then ordered to frame the steel samurai of the murder. He covered the steel samurai sword in blood. Well, Master Alba, you're the leader of the smuggling ring. My country is a mess. And that's all because of you. You're the one who killed Dimas too? Answer us. I never thought that you would figure out things to this level. However, there is one point I disagree with you on. The head of the smuggling wing was Mr. Cochin. Quit screwing around. I have no sympathy for someone who would try to pass guilt onto a dead man. There is one thing I'm sure of, and that is you're the real ringleader, Corsius Alba. It's not so good to speak with such subjectivity, you know, Agent Lang. Subjectivity. My conclusion is everything but, and is a legend of, and is the result of logic and innovation. Logic and innovation. Only seconds ago, you were ready to arrest Miss Von Karma. I don't think we can give such flip-floppity logic any real weight, do you? It looks like you still don't get why I came back. Excuse me? You see, the reason why I came back is so that I could sink my fangs into your wrinkly old neck. From the very beginning, my real target has been you. What? Agent Lang, I demand an explanation. Sorry, sis. I didn't mean to put you through all that. I knew you were innocent from the very beginning. You did? I knew that this whole incident has been miraculously planned and prepared for. So naturally, the occupant of this room, Ambassador Alba, seemed the most suspicious. But without the ambassador's permission, we couldn't get to take another look around. Ah, so that's why you put the big show on accused Franziska of the murder. Using Franziska as bait, you were able to gain us entry and investigation rights. Yeah, if I haven't done that, then I doubt the ambassador would have given the okay to poke around. So that was all this was about? Very well, I will forgive you. But in exchange for using me as bait, I get to whip you. You would take some responsibility and help us find the truth. Agent Lang, for giving us such a great opening, I thank you. You know, just as you knew, Mr. Prosecutor, that someone, if we were able to find any proof by investigating this room, that you would be able to figure out the real culprit with your special brand of logic. Evidence, detectives, collect combined with the logic of a prosecutor. That is just as it should be. Prosecutor, detective team, right? I don't know about all that. But one thing I do know is I'm itching to see that the old man get what he's coming to him. Oh, you're quite scary when you meant to be, aren't you? Hey, You were the one who was planning to use me to push all the guilt onto Sis. But unfortunately for you, you misjudged me. Agent Lang, I wish you would stop trying to intimidate me. What I need right now is evidence and proof. I wonder if you have what's necessary to prove that I'm the head of the smuggling ring.
Objection!
Don't be such a sore loser. If you really are the head of the smuggling ring, then you should acknowledge your crimes with dignity. Dignity? That is nothing more than a fool's insincere display of strength. If you really wish for me to acknowledge my crimes, then I would like you first to see something that you call evidence. I tell you, I knew nothing really. I didn't even know that the counterfeit plate was hidden inside the statue. You swapped the real statue, invested in your country and authority to rule for a fake. It doesn't make any sense that you didn't know anything. It doesn't make any sense. Where does it make sense? Can you prove that it didn't make, or can you prove it didn't make sense? Yeah. He's really got us. He's turned the entire situation around against us. The proof that Interpol had been after, which points to this man as the ringleader. If we can somehow find that proof, then we can see that the justice is finally served. Is there nothing I can use to break this case wide open? The trump card on the videotape. With those two items, we might be able to finally bring this man down. But the card, the evidence from that case, Mr. Faraday hid away in secret. And the tape that was stolen by the detective, bad from the police. They're both illegally evidence. No matter what, a protector of the law can't be allowed to use such a piece of evidence. Needless to say, we Von Karmas are committed to achieve nothing but victory. And by any means necessary. Only the bad bring us someone like justice was to do outside of the courts. That's what we thought at the time. I no longer follow the path of Mandarin Von Karma. And I won't follow the path of the Anagresu. This leaves me with what? What creed will I believe in? If I want to pursue the truth, then I will sully my hands in illegality. And if I want to pursue justice, then I will lose the truth. What is the law and what is justice? And which path are the prosecutor supposed to follow? That choice is one I make with my own hand here and now. There is no limit to the law. Any limit that exists was set here by man. When a person goes beyond that limit, then the law too crosses into a new territory. For what reason were laws invented? The answer to that is I must know. Now show. Ambassador Alba. I wonder if you might recognize this. Oh, I wonder what that card is. I've never seen that before in my life. It is a directives card used by the ringleader to relay instructions to his subordinates. Oh, is that what it is? This card was sent to the real culprit behind the KG incident 10 years ago by the man name of Manny Cochin. Oh, so why do you have such a card in your possession? Because it was hand-delivered to me by a certain great thief, the Yadagrasu. The Yadagrasu gave that to you? Don't talk nonsense. And don't be serious, Mr. Edgeworth. Do you have any proof that the card contains directions from the ringleader? I'll have you know that the card is not only the thing I was given. What? This contains security footage that was shot just before the KG8 incident. The KG8 incident? The card and the video. These two pieces of evidence are what you will seal your fate. Oh, very interesting. I must admit I am very curious now. Very curious indeed. These case deciding pieces of evidence you've presented. The prey, the Yadagrasu, has been chasing all. The prey, the Yadagrasu, has been chasing all this time, is now standing before me. I can't allow this man, who is free to reign for 10 long years, simply walk away. Now it's time for me to bring to fruition the valiant spirit that was given to me. So this interesting thing that you wanted to show me. The trump card and the videotape. These two pieces of evidence together make for an ultimate hand. And this is where I reveal the meaning behind Detective Bad's words will be realized. Detective Gumshoe. Yes, sure. What you see here is the security footage shot just before the KG8 murder occurred. From this footage, we know that the card is a directive from the smuggling ring. This is the section that proves that the card was used to relay an order.
Take that!
As you can see, Mr. Cochin is holding a card in his right hand. I see. The killer is indeed holding a card with the exact same design on it. But that card and the one you have, just because they look the same doesn't mean that they are, does it now? Ah, but there is a very easy way for me to prove that they are in fact the one and the same. All we have to do is simply take a closer look. This dark red blood, yes, this is your proof. The proof that the orders of this card were played out in a terrible tragedy. The blood belonged to the victim of the KG8 incident. With a bit of DNA testing, we could very easily verify that as a fact. If you have no objections, then I would like you to take a look at the next piece of footage. This car passed by in front of the victim's apartment building. It's an official Cotopian government car. What? Detective Gumshoe, if you could please magnify the footage. This area of the footage directly links the smuggling ring with Codopia. Ooh, there's a card in the pocket.
Take that!
The shape of this pocket and the directives cards in it. It tells us without a doubt that the person in this car is Mr. Cochin. Yerk. The license plate of the car also captured by the security camera. And with it, you can easily find that I found out who was sitting in the car on that day 10 years ago. Which is why I can say with confidence that you were riding in this car on that day. Arr! Ha. You've done well, boy, to make it this far. However, you're about to claim that I was riding in the car at the time. That's going a bit mighty difficult to prove. How so? The Principality of Codopia no longer exists. So naturally, all the records of that time period also no longer exist. What arrogance. What really means is it already eased the traces of it. Already finished, ya boy. The only weapon I have left now to me is this piece of footage. There must be something that I can use against him. There's something I must use that I can use against him.
Take that!
What in the... Ambassador Alba. Yes, what is it? You were once an army man of the service of Codopia. And it was you who made many missions you participated in success, correct? Why all of a sudden backhanded praises, boy? Although, to be sure, the brilliant medals on my breast were awarded to me during the era of Codopia. But now I'm the only one who owns the particular medal. In that case, then the only person that could be sitting in this car is you. How did you figure that? By the medal captured here in the first footage. It is clear the exact same medal that was once your chest. Oh god, he cracked. This is how it will be, but it won't look back. For this is the path I have chosen. You've moved me with your devotion to the case, Mr. Edgeworth. Why is he talking to such an arrogant stance with me? It's almost looking possible, isn't it? For a lot of you have come this far. It looks like I just might lose our little game this time. You might lose the game this time? You don't get another round, Mr. Ambassador. Is that a fact? Very well. I've decided to confess and admit my guilt. You're going to confess? And I accept whatever punishment it may come as a result. What the? Regarding the Max 2's murder, I admit it, I did it, out of self-defense. You're claiming it was justified self-defense? The Max 2 attacked me and I felt my life was in danger. If I haven't done what I did, it might be you found... If I haven't done what I did, I might be the one you found dead instead of him. What a pathetic performance. I'm not giving you one.
Wow, you really know how to laugh at inappropriate times.
If you wish to claim it was justified self-defense, then we will need some evidence. It always is evidence with you, isn't it? But if that's what you require, I'll prove it. That man left a mark on me when he attacked. What? I don't particularly want to show it off, but this proof, it was self-defense. I'm an old man, and sometimes I don't pay enough attention to what when I should. But PT2 didn't have a single weapon on his body. But PT2 didn't have a single weapon on his body. Hold on, it's nothing to get worked over because I hid the weapon. You hid it? I'm sorry, as you know, the murder is a murder. Even if it is in self-defense. And I couldn't let it be some public seeing how I am an ambassador. This is the weapon you seek. My special bonsai trimming shears.
Oh, it's covered in blood.
He was trembling quite badly during our struggle. But that's when I grabbed the shears were sitting on my desk and he attacked. So you see, it was an act of self-defense.
He's right, Mr. Edgeworth. Or is he right, Mr. Edgeworth?
Since he's both a wound and a weapon like that caused it, it's enough to declare it so.
No way.
Oh, which reminds me, I guess there is still one more accusation I need to resolve. Smuggling and counterfeiting. Unfortunately, all my secretary is doing, I had no knowledge of it was going on. Stop spewing nonsense. You're trying to throw in my investigation under the bus with your desperation.
Did we even see his secretary? I don't think we did.
If you want to get the real honest, everything in this case to be connected to you. The murder of the mask was done in self-defense. In my trials, no man escapes his crimes alive. Perhaps so, if you were my opponent in court. However, there is one important fact that I think you may have forgotten. And what is that? That's what you mean?
Is that extraterritoriality?
Extraterritoriality? That's right. This embassy sits on effectively Abelastan soil. So my trial will be held in Abelastan. Therefore, the crime I just admitted to be never tried in your courts. Agent Lang, what's Interpol's stance on this? Agents investigate, that's our job. The judgment of people who have confessed to their crimes, that's the court's job. Yark. And I've already confessed to all of my crimes, Agent Lang. Furthermore, by the very nature of my position, I have full extraterritorial rights. These rights are effective, even in your country's soil, therefore. No matter where a crime may take place, I will never stand in trial in one of your courts. That's arrogance, your expression. That's nothing like the fact that who's already accept the consequences. Don't tell me you have your own country's judicial system eating right out of your hands. These crimes you speak of seriously. To me, this has all been nothing more than a game. You may chase me out of my embassy with your accusations, but it's no big deal. Abelis has numerous other embassies in other countries around the world. All you would accomplish would change is the backdrop of our little game. These two lawyers suffer protection that Executive provides them. This is why he is one of those who cannot be brought to court. You see now, don't you? I live in a whole different world than you. Now, if you excuse me, I need to go and fetch your eviction papers. Is there nothing we can do? There's more? Holy Magoli. There is more? Huh? What? There is more? There is absolutely more. You gotta be kidding me. Huh. You know what? It's kind of late, guys. So we'll pick this up Friday. Holy crap. This one's long as heck. Because I already put, what, 3 hours the previous day? And it's been 5 now? Man. Alright, guys. Thank you. Like, comment, and subscribe on YouTube. It's September if you want to sub. It's half price, I think. Or $1 off, or I don't know. But whatever. Alright, guys. I will see you next time.